Good morning, good morning. Can you please not block the cameras, please?
The people in the webinar. So I have to speak softly now because as you heard, Krika gets excitable. We ready? We start. Ladies, 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 and the few gentlemen that had the guts to come today, welcome to the Africa Girl Child Dialogue, where we will be speaking about women in media. I hope that all of you seated here has a passion for advertising, film, journalism, public relations, but I'll talk all about it a bit later. To welcome you today to the event, we've got Mabato. Please come, Mabato.
It's so good to see everybody here, all the beautiful young faces. Now, mine is not to take too long. I'm just here to welcome you guys, set the tone for today. And as you would know, today is actually quite exciting. We always hear about investing into the next generation, but it's one thing to say it and then it's another thing to be about it. So at GGA, we are about really empowering and just planting into the next generation. Now, I am Awatu Mangai, as I said, and I'm a data analyst at Good Governance Africa. And on behalf of GGA, I would really love to give you a warm welcome to today's event. Today's all about you. Today, we are here to serve you guys. If you have any questions, if you are wondering about anything, take advantage of today. We've got, high-level speakers, women, ladies who have availed themselves for you guys because, like I said, and I'll continue to iterate that point, today is all about you guys. Now, the aim of today, which is the Africa's Girl Child Dialogue, is to really, at GGA, we believe in promoting and instilling governance, and we believe that empowering and investing into young ladies and women is part of that mission. And the aim of today is to not only give you guys a day off from school, because I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys are excited that there is no school today, but it is to really help you guys visualize your dream. It is really to help you visualize what is possible. For some of you guys, you may have an understanding or knowing that of what it is that you want to do. For some of you guys, you heard about it. It sounds like a great opportunity, but you're not too sure. For some of you guys, you think you want to do something, but not too sure. But today is to hopefully give you a bit of clarity. But beyond that is to really help you envision your future, to really just help you envision what is possible, to help you actually realize that that dream that seems far-fetched is actually not that far-fetched, because today's that day that you actually get to see what is actually possible. And once again, we just here to serve you guys. We just here to help make it possible. And if a dream can be sowed in today, if one can be watered, if one can be birthed, then I think that we have achieved our mission today. And as you know, there's a saying that says that the future of Africa is the youth, which means it is you guys. You guys are the future innovators. You guys are tomorrow's change makers, shakers. And if 10 years, 20 years from now, we can see actually all of you guys, because why should we give statistics to say only some of you guys will make it if we can see all of you guys being changers and leaders in whichever field that you have found yourself in? Once again, it makes this all the while, makes this fruitful and makes this all the while meaningful. So do gear up, take notes if you need to take notes, smile, not smile, but soak in the moment, embrace it. And once again, just ask questions, take advantage of today. That's one thing I'll really iterate, but that's me. I don't want to take up too much of your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And hang on, don't run away, Mabato. At least I have a gift for you to say so much. Thank you for coming through for today. Thank you so much. So, I haven't introduced myself formally yet. My name is Karika Faboy. I'm the academic head of Boston Media House, and this is my house. I have been here 19 years. I have been in media education, training people from Mo Flavor to Kutso, all of them. So at Boston Media House, our flagship qualification is the Diploma in Media Practices. And here you can study everything that has to do with media: journalism, advertising, radio, digital marketing, public relations, television, animation, and graphics. And later today in our tour, you will all be seeing the different specializations and action. And a lot of our speakers today represent the different specializations. So you'll see there, the headings, it says the different specializations. But first, to start off, I have a fantastic lady to deliver our keynote address, Precious Maputle. Now, what she represents is she represents the transdisciplinarity, a very fancy word that you're learning today. And it's how you don't just do one thing in life. So even if you study, you're not just going to be a journalist. You also have to understand how advertising works, because advertising pays your bills. Now, this lady, we are alumni together. We come both from UJ. We shouldn't pick other institutions, but if I wasn't at BMH, we'll all be at UJ. And actually, Boston Media House started as a partnership with the University of Johannesburg, because there were many students that came to them and said, we want to study media. But if you know something about universities, universities is all about academics, textbooks. You know, you learn everything about the camera, but you've never pressed the button. And that's where Boston Media House came. We actually teach you to press the button, to make the film, not just to write theoretically about the film. So Precious Maputle is the 2023 Mail and Guardian Power of Women Award winner. Important lady. The marketing coordinator of UJ, the Faculty of Engineering, radio and television presenter, as well as the events coordinator. So Precious, the floor is yours.
Good morning. How's everybody? Thank you so much for that enthusiastic welcome. I feel like you're ready to just do the keynote address on my behalf. Ladies and gentlemen, present in the hall and to the virtual community joining us from across Africa, Nairobi, Ghana, Ethiopia, and Zimbabwe. To Good Governance Africa, Boston Media House, the Mail and Guardian, thank you for the opportunity to serve and engage today. I am privileged and honored. What an impactful initiative aimed at empowering Africa's girl child. Sustainability is inevitable when we give back to pave the way for future media industry leaders. Empowering the youth of Africa is crucial for the continent's future. By equipping young people with essential skills and resources, we are not only preparing them to be active participants in their communities, but also cultivating the next generation of media industry leaders. This investment in their development ensures that Africa will have a dynamic and capable workforce ready to drive innovation, growth, and progress across the continent. The South African Cultural Observatory 2022 mapping study showed that the total contribution of cultural and creative industries to South Africa's GDP was 161 billion. This represents just under 3% of South Africa's total economic production in 2020. And it makes the sector approximately the same size as agriculture. The largest domains in terms of contribution to output are design and creative services with 51 billion. And audiovisual and interactive media, 48.4 billion. The dominance of these domains is expected since they involve the commercial application of cultural and creative content, such as in film and television, video games, fashion design, architecture, and advertising. The next largest domains are visual arts and crafts, with 23.4 billion. These are followed by the smaller domains of performance and celebration and cultural and natural heritage. Now, the significance of these contributions of the cultural and creative industries to South Africa's economy underscores the immense potential for you learners to pursue careers in media, with sectors such as audiovisual, design, and interactive media driving substantial economic output. The media industry offers dynamic opportunities for growth and innovation. By choosing a path in media, you learners not only enter a field with vast creative expression, but also become part of an industry that plays a crucial role in shaping society and driving the nation's economic progress. This is a chance to influence culture, create meaningful impact, and contribute to a thriving sector that is vital for the future of our economy. I'm going to share just a few benefits. Do you guys have your pens in hand? Are you taking notes? Okay, that's awesome. Because if you're not taking notes, you're not going to remember anything. A few benefits of pursuing a career in the media industry. Number one, it's creative expression, right? Media careers allow for creative expression through storytelling, design, content creation, and the like. And it also, the industry encompasses various fields, including journalism, broadcasting, film, digital media, PR, providing multiple career pathways. Pursuing a career in media allows you to have impact and influence. Media professionals shape public opinion and culture, giving you the chance to make a significant impact in society. I always tell learners to pursue a career where you will be a need in society. A career in media also allows for networking and collaboration. Working in media often involves collaboration with diverse teams, fostering connections and building valuable networks. Career growth with dedication and skill development. There are many opportunities for advancement and specialization within the industry. Another big one for me, it's global reach. Media can connect you with audiences worldwide, allowing you to share stories and ideas across cultural boundaries. And lastly, it allows for lifelong learning because it's such a fast-paced industry. It encourages continuous learning and adaptation. Okay, so pursuing a career in media can be fulfilling and empowering, enabling you to contribute to important conversations and narratives in society. In terms of my own personal journey, in high school, she's still my friend, but her sister was in university and she was studying advertising. So I remember asking a friend, what does your sister do? And she said, she does advertising and things like that. And then I remember saying, oh, is it the things that they do on Generations? I don't. So Generations back then with Achimorokas and all of that, it was advertising was quite prominent on the TV show. I used to watch and be intrigued. What is it what do you need to study for you to become what these people are doing on Generations? So my friend was a Destiny helper and that she was like, I was like, oh, so that's what I need to apply for. And so I pursued a career in marketing or strategic communication. Just for you to know, marketing or strategic communication is a holistic and integrated approach to brand management, channel management, strategies and communication campaigns. If you want to work on, I know we have some of our guest speakers are from agencies, Ogilvy, so they'll give you more details on what branding entails, creative writing entails, digital data. So you can become a brand manager, a social media strategist, a digital data analyst. You can become an online advertising planner. You can become a digital marketing manager, PR, media. It's quite broad. Currently, I work as a marketing coordinator at the University of Johannesburg's Faculty of Engineering and the Built Environment. I'm a news presenter on Rainbow FM's 90.7. And I'm also a producer for the Drive Time show on Rainbow FM. I'm a copy editor, I'm a programs director, yes, and I'm a presenter. So in the Bible, they speak of 5 talents, and I believe the Lord blessed me with the 5 talents, and I'm exploring all of them. So, as our program director mentioned, when you get into the industry, you don't have to diversification of your skills is a key thing in this day and age. It's very key that you explore. And if you don't know what your interests are or what you are good at, just try everything. You won't know if you don't try. Okay, so put yourself out there. And then lastly, I'm drawing towards the conclusion. I was asked to mention what would I say to my 18-year-old self. And what I would say to my 18-year-old self is dream. I want you to write DREAM going down. So I want you to dream. D standing for be daring. Okay, dare to. Be daring, be adventurous, be bold, be courageous. Dare. The industry stalwarts that will be speaking to you today, they are where they are because they dared. Okay? You'll be spoken to or engaged by Asafika, Shwe Shwe, Sibusiswe, Dr. Allegro, Sally Sitole, Dumisang, Dineo, all these industry stalwarts that are coming to speak to you. They are because they dared to be. So for D, dare, be daring. And for the R, it's for read. Reading expands your horizons. It fuels your imagination and it enhances your understanding of the world. It empowers you with knowledge, it sharpens your critical thinking, and opens doors to new ideas and opportunities. So make reading a habit. Endurance. Endurance is essential when pursuing a career in media, but the journey can be challenging, filled with setbacks, competition, delay, stagnation, all that. Embrace every obstacle as a learning opportunity and remember that perseverance builds strength and resilience. Stay committed to your passion. Keep honing your skills and never underestimate the power of determination. Your hard work and endurance will pave the way for your success. E is for explore. Exploring is essential because it expands your understanding yet again of the world and yourself. It pushes you beyond your comfort zones. So dare to explore. I wrote a lot, but in the interest of time, let me move to A. Attitude. You must have a can-do attitude. The word I can't, the words I can't should never feature in your vocabulary. Have a can-do attitude. Is the lion the biggest animal in the jungle? But can you see it pursuing and hunting elephants? And it should be intimidated, but because it has a positive attitude about its strength, it conquers all those animals. So be like a lion and have a positive attitude in life towards anything that you pursue. Then lastly, mentor. M for mentor. Having a mentor is very important and crucial for your own personal and professional growth. Mentors will provide you with valuable guidance. They've worked in Tswana, they say tsela e botsisiwa ba setseng ba e tsamaile. That's basically the work of a mentor. They've been there. So they'll be able to order your steps towards that path, okay, so that you can also reach your dream. So in conclusion, exploring career opportunities in the media industry is not just a professional pursuit, but a journey of self-discovery, creativity, and resilience. By daring to dream, enduring through challenges, seeking knowledge, and embracing mentorship, you will be empowered to shape not only your own futures, but also the narratives that will influence generations to come. The media industry offers a platform to amplify voices, spark change, and contribute to Africa's growth and innovation. So be bold, keep learning, and always believe in your ability to make a lasting impact. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Precious, for joining us today and coming to inspire our future women media leaders. Here's just a little something for you. Thank you. Thank you so much. So now we will start with our first panel of powerful lady speakers on women in media. So I welcome Asafika Mbako, Communications Coordinator for Afrobarometer. Yeah, it's Afrikaans, you know, the Afrikaans pronunciations. I have to apologize in advance. Please, camera. Then we have Shwe Shwe, who's actually become a familiar face here at Boston Media House. Now, this lady has had a few jobs, and currently she's the CEO of Media Development and Diversity Agency, the MDDA. Please join us. Online, we will have Subisiswe Ndlovu. She's the CEO of Amakosikasi Media Southern Africa. This is why I always have students helping me with names. She will be joining us live from Zimbabwe. And then we have Naledi, an AFTA graduate, pageantry model, and script supervisor. Now, this lady is a go-getter, and she's pretty. Life is so unfair. Okay. Ladies. So, ladies, to start off with, if you could kindly just let me know and let the girls know what jobs are you currently doing formally and how you got there. Sweshwe, we start with you.
Thank you very much. Kgotsong, everyone. Okay, how's that? Okay, how's that? Okay, how's that? Okay, how's that? Okay, how's that?
This is why we need girls to come and study.
Khoisan people, it's not a thing. So you must familiarize yourself with the Ku, the Kwe, and all of the other nations that we have. I'd say diminished indigenous language speakers that we have in the country. I am currently the CEO of the Media Development and Diversity Agency. It's a statutory institution, and our sole purpose is promoting media diversity in the country. I think what's very encouraging is seeing these young women who will also become players in the media space in the country. I think what's important is when you think about the media, think about generations, think about all of the time you spend on social media scrolling, all of that content you are consuming. How diverse is it? How often do you see different stories that relate to yourself? And I think for me, that's what's important, that we create those stories, but we also own some of the platforms that we have. Don't worry, Facebook is maybe slightly small, bigish now, but TikTok has definitely taken over. But can we have platforms of the future that are developed and designed by yourselves? I didn't just end up as CEO at the MDDA, and I must just say, I only started on the 1st of Jan, so I'm still relatively new in the role. I started off much like Precious. I worked at a community radio station in the Western Cape called Radio Zibonele. And I think the journey has carried me over the years to get to where I am now. One, because yes, indeed, I did there. I wanted more for myself, and I was ambitious enough to dream bigger than I could see in the surroundings and the places that I lived in. And I think opportunities like this here today should inspire you to see a little bit of yourself in some of the women that are here, but also among yourself. So make sure you connect and make friends. I think there's really, really good people that you will hear from today. And over the years, I've worked at the SABC as a content producer, as a field reporter out on the field covering stories. I must say, I don't miss chasing stories with the mic. It was always a tough job, but also important and needs to be done. And I've even gone to as far as Malawi to cover a festival. So not all stories are always sad. You can be out covering a music festival or, like an area of interest, or even a story on governance within the continent. So when you think about the media space, open up your mind to also look at what else is there. And it doesn't always just have to be an influencer or someone in front of the screen or someone who's on radio. I think there's a lot of opportunities. As you were saying, we also need really good sound guys, and we really need really good broadcasters and technical producers, photographers, videographers. So there's opportunities everywhere. I think when I was younger, I had confined myself to just being in front of mic, in front of camera. But when the opportunities opened up behind the scenes, I also took them because I was open to those. And I think that really worked for me. And also, I must have said first, I'm an aspiring talk radio presenter. So when I start talking, I don't stop. So I'll just stop there. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I hope you're all doing well. It's such a joy and a pleasure to be standing before you today to talk through what opportunities exist in the media industry. So to start off a bit about me, as has been said, my name is Asafika Mpago. I am from the Eastern Cape. I see I have Umkaya in the audience, and I studied in the university or at the University of Cape Town. So came from a small town, moved to the big city in Cape Town, not to study communications. So I went to UCT to study BSOC Sci, Bachelor of Social Science in International Relations, Industrial Sociology, and Public Policy. And then I went on to do an honors in Development Studies. And while I was at UCT, I applied for a program, a leadership development program that offered me the opportunity to go abroad. And so I went to the US for the first time. I was bright-eyed, excited about this big opportunity to go abroad. And while I was there, I often describe that moment as a pivotal moment in my life because it expanded my worldview completely. So understand, I come from a small town, Umtata. I moved to a big city in Cape Town, and now I'm seeing the world. I'm in America, in the capital, in Washington, D.C., and I'm meeting people who are doing big things at a young age. And I was blown away. I came back to South Africa, and I was never the same. I was in America for 6 weeks. I came back and I started thinking about my life. And I started thinking about who I wanted to be in the world. And I decided then that my time at UCT was up. I wanted bigger. I wanted better. And I decided I was going to take a chance on myself. I was going to bet on myself. And I was going to apply for a scholarship to study abroad. I stayed up each night. I applied for scholarships, many of them. I applied for 3. I was rejected for 2, but I scored 1. And that was my moment. That was my moment. I applied to a program at the London School of Economics, and this was a double degree that took me to China and that also took me to study in London. I want to start off by saying it begins with you. It begins with your mindset. It's all here. It's all here. And I want to say to you, get excited about your future. Get excited about your future. Visualize a world that never existed for you before. Visualize what you could be. So my journey to communications was never even a straight path. I never envisioned that I would be in communications. It was not even on the radar for me. As I said, I studied public policy, I studied international relations, but I ended up here because my mentor saw something in me that I didn't see in myself. When a communications role opened up at Afrobarometer, where I work right now, someone said to me, Asafika, apply. You have a shot at this. You can do it. I didn't think I could, but I decided to bet on myself again. I applied, I went through the process, and I got the role. And when I went back to my mentor and I told her that I had gotten the role, but she said to me, but Asafika, you've always been a communicator. Why did you doubt yourself? So again, I go back to mindset. I go back to how you think about yourself. I go back to letting go of fear and understanding that your potential is limitless. You can do anything. And by anything, I mean anything. So I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you so much. Next, we have up the beautiful Naledi to share a journey with us.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, my leaders. I hope everybody is well. My name is Naledi Mpahlele. I am 23 years of age, and I am a graduate at the Africa Film Drama Arts, so I'm an Afghanian. Wow. I am actually so inspired because future me wants to study international relations and politics. So I think I'm heading the right direction if both of us are here. So my day-to-day life, I am a filmmaker. I wake up every day and I work 12 hours, sometimes extra overtime. That is not paid. But yes, at my small little age, 10 little body, I work in a film set. Very, very big film set. And sorry. So nervous. I haven't spoken to so many people in so long. Okay, cool. I think nobody really talks about the hardship of putting your mind in I want to do it, I will do it, I'm ready to do it. I think a lot of us get stuck in that moment of how am I going to do it? Where am I going to get the information? Who am I going to talk to? And also there isn't enough out there for a lot of young girls to work with. I mean, I've been privileged enough for my parents to allow me to pursue a career in film. However, they've always wanted me to go back to school, which is why I'm giving them another degree in international relations and politics. But I really love film. I think for the love of the art, I love being a creative. I have a creative mind. I love having story and creative arguments when I say, I want this line, and the director says, but this line doesn't work. And I'm like, but this is my script, and this is my job, and I get paid to do this. One of the best things that I also like is events like this. I think they're very, very important to learn and to understand how people are who they are. Storytelling is very important. That's why we have media. And I'm very excited that there are a lot of women and young girls who are stepping into this. I myself at work, when we have split unit, which is A unit and B unit, and let's say, for example, I'm working in B unit, 98% of the crew members in B unit is men. And the only woman is myself, which is a continuity, aka Madam Cunt. And also the wardrobe and the makeup standby. Everybody else is a man. The director, the grips, the DOPs, the sound, but it's very exciting when you see a girl holding a boom. It's so exciting when you see a woman holding a camera. Fortunately enough, I've worked with women DOPs, so that is very hot, man. I've worked around a lot of big names such as Mandla N, who is the director I'm working for. Who watches ETV? Does anybody watch ETV? Does anybody know Isita Isipeto? I shoot that, guys. Oh, that's my day-to-day job. Anybody who has Showmax? Does anybody know Youngins? I shot Youngins, ladies and gentlemen. So, and that's just a little bit of the experience that I've gotten in the 1.5 year of being in the media industry. I only started doing continuity last year before I graduated, and I graduated in March of 2023, and we are in 2024. Obviously, I have aspirations of maybe becoming a line producer one day, using my set skills and my skills of learning and understanding the script to have problems that arise in the office for crew members, and I will be able to solve those really quick because why? I know set, I understand the script, and I read. So with all of that, thank you guys. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Naledi. We will now be seeing Sibusiswe on the screen, who's joining us from Zimbabwe. This is truly a regional event with girls from all over Africa as well as speakers.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
Writing down questions because that's what we're doing next. Some Q&A with the panelists. So anything you want to ask any of these wonderful lady speakers, write down your questions. They are here to share their journeys with you. They are here to inspire you. Okay. So television is the most popular specialization here at Boston Media House. And as you can see, this is actually one of our graduates is now working for us, Razia. So we truly want to empower women here. And unfortunately, with me in charge, yes, I am going to give an advantage to all the girl students if they come here. If you're a man, you suffer, but I do still care about men because there's my other graduate, Kabange, who you girls will meet later today, who's working there at Boston Broadcast, our radio station. Does anybody have a question perhaps at this time for any of these lovely ladies on stage? I know kids are always shy. Okay, maybe I can ask, what was one of the biggest lessons that each of you had to learn in your journey to here? One sentence. I have to say one sentence. It's a time limit, ne? Please, if you can start.
Failing. And failing, yes, failing your modules at school, failing. I think failure is an eventuality we don't prepare. We don't plan, no one plans for failing, but you must be ready. And sometimes it's not by your own design or intention. I think one of the biggest challenges that we are facing as a country, well, a world, is how competitive we've become against each other from across borders. We could be fighting with people in Lagos using social media here and causing havoc in another country. They could also do the same here. And when your failures happen, they are amplified by digital media. And sometimes it's not even like a real failure. It's maybe you were doing makeup and you are like me, your eyebrow isn't aligned properly, and someone catches you and is like, "Tanya, lemoni, lemoni," you know. So I think for you here who's young and really building yourselves, make room for making mistakes along the way, and that you will fail, but also build on course correction. Fix yourself, don't just make a mistake and fall down. Like, make a mistake and say, great, I'm gonna fix this, and this is how I'm going to fix it. I think that would be something that I would say is the one word I would like to say. Well, it wasn't a one word. Yeah.
For me, I think the biggest lesson has been about the need to develop the ability to be flexible and to be adaptable. You're going to leave school, you're going to go to Boston Media House, or come to Boston Media House, or go elsewhere to study what you want to study, and then you're going to go out into the working world. And these are all different environments. And many of you will go on to go abroad or do other things in different environments. And placing yourself in different environments means that you'll need to adapt to these different environments, and you'll need to work with different people from different walks of life, and you need to be able to develop the skills to adapt to those environments, to be flexible because you're working with people, and you need to hone your interpersonal skills, because we work with people, and at the heart of what we do is people. And so it's important to develop the ability to work well with people and to adapt to different environments and to be flexible. And I also want to stress the point about being open to learning, because that is going to be essential to your growth as you move forward in life. You're going to constantly be learning, and you need to have a learning mindset. You need to be attuned to that, and be in pursuit of learning, because the world is forever changing and forever evolving. Things will not be the same. Things are not the same as they were 10 years ago. The world is changing at a rapid pace, and you need to keep up. And part of that keeping up is being flexible, being open to learning, being adaptable, being agile. And so that has been my biggest lesson.
Now, lady, I'm going to be very rude for 2 minutes. Are we ready for Super C-Swear? So we're going to come back to Naledi because I believe in fairness, so don't worry. But we're giving Super C-Swear there from Zimbabwe an opportunity to share her career journey with us. And you can also put in there the biggest lesson that you've learned so far.
Hi, everyone. I hope you can hear me well. It's such an honor for me to be able to speak with all these wonderful women that have made such great strides and inspired even me in what I do. I've been in the media space for over 22 years now. You'd be surprised that women can actually pull such a long stretch in the sector where it's so male dominated, and there are a lot of women that I've seen into the field, get into the field and leave because of a lot of frustrations. But I will share with you my journey. Maybe it could inspire you through understanding the reasons why I have stayed and what has kept me going. So first, when I started my professional journey, I wanted to be an actress, believe it or not. So in Zimbabwe, we watch a lot of South African television. We have what you call digital satellite TV. And we actually have, during the session, we have some young girls in the media that are watching from Zimbabwe in the room just behind me. And I'm sure they understand when you mention ETV, you mention all the shows that you're talking about. We understand them here in Zimbabwe because we watch a lot of South African news and a lot of South African television. So I was watching a lot of Generations at the time, a lot of Idols, a lot of MTV, and I just wanted to be an actress. I remember when I finished my A levels, I wanted to study in South Africa at Wits University, and I applied. I got 2 places. My first choice was to study law. My second choice was to study dramatic arts. What a divergent choice of courses. But because my parents didn't want me to get into acting, I applied for law as the first choice. And the fallback plan was, well, if it doesn't work out, I'll still do what I love, which was acting. So I did. So what happened, as fate would have it, I lost my acceptance letter to study law. And then I used my dramatic arts acceptance letter to get a student visa, and I went on to Wits for that year. Unfortunately, my father was my breadwinner, was my funder, passed away in the middle of the year. And I had, it was just so devastating for me. I just completed that first year. I managed to pass all my courses, but that was the end of me pursuing an academic channel towards acting. So I came back to Zimbabwe and I had absolutely no idea what I was going to do. The fastest profession one could get into, with the grades that I had at the time in Zimbabwe, that I could think of was teaching. And I honestly didn't want to stand in front of people and talk all day. So, but I had no choice. So I did apply for that. But as fate would have it again, luckily there was a revamping of the national broadcaster in Zimbabwe. And they were looking for young people that could stand in front of the cameras, that could speak behind the microphones on radio stations. And I went for auditions because of the experience I had had in speech and drama at Wits University. That gave me an opportunity to be able to stand behind the mic at what was then called Sport FM, one of the first talk radio stations that Zimbabwe had. And I got the best, and I got into media that way. It was so eye-opening for me and such a great opportunity. I started to produce radio programs. I started to meet a lot of media personalities that were veterans at the time, that had been in radio since the 80s, since Zimbabwe's independence. And they opened my eyes to what a broad field media was. I started to be very ambitious. I was at the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation for 6 years, producing and presenting on radio at least once every day, 4-hour shifts. But then there was an opportunity for me to move to private radio station. This was more journalistic work. At the time while I was working, I decided to go back to school. I joined a college that was offering a diploma in mass communication, and I managed to graduate top of my class. I realized that it's not always easy to be in the media without the skill. You need the skill to back up your passion. So as much as I loved being behind radio, there was a need for me to have the theory, the understanding of how the politics, the political economy, and the media skills that you'd need technically to be able to survive in that field. So I did get that diploma, but as I was going on, I realized that a diploma wasn't enough, and I decided to go and study for a Bachelor of Science in Journalism and Media Studies at National University of Science and Technology here in Zimbabwe, where I got my degree while I was learning. And mind you, I went back to class with 18-year-olds, and I had been working for about 9 years at the time. And I think I was the only one that was in my 30s. Everyone else had just left their high school. I'm saying this to say it's never too late to go back to school. For a lot of you, you're already in high school. It's an opportunity for you to get it done early so that your career takes off early. But for whoever else is listening and watching and is in the room and they're thinking it's too late, it's never too late. You can go back to the classroom and you can make it. And that's what I did. So I got my bachelor's degree and I managed to get into private radio journalism work, working for a radio station that was based in Cape Town, but beaming back in Zimbabwe. As I was doing that work, I also got interest in NGO work because with the radio station I had to go around regions in Zimbabwe, talking to women, talking to different communities. And I realized that a lot of women don't have a voice. Culturally, they're afraid to talk and they are silenced. You get to a meeting and you're told that women are not supposed to talk. It's the men that's supposed to speak on behalf of the woman. I also remembered my own mother. I had 4 aunts and my mother, and they would tell such brilliant stories about their lives growing up, about the things they would do to make a living, the things they would do to survive, the things they had survived as young women in Zimbabwe. And in South Africa, my mother was South African. She and her siblings had grown up in South Africa until they were around 10. And then my grandfather, being Zimbabwe, brought them back to Zimbabwe. So they would tell their stories about the move, about the change of culture, about being girls in Zimbabwe at the time. And I asked myself, who is telling these stories? Who is sharing the burden that women have and the contributions they are making to the development of Zimbabwe? And this is when the idea of forming Amakhosikazi Media came up. It was so difficult for me to tell women's stories from the media houses I was working in because we have sociocultural issues, we have patriarchal issues, the issues I was talking about how women are afraid to talk, how they are afraid to speak when their husbands are around, how they feel like the community will judge them, and how basically women sometimes don't have the confidence to share their achievements because they feel they are not good enough. So for me, the passion was in telling these women's stories and validating them to say your story is valid and it is contributing to where Zimbabwe is, where Zimbabwe was, and where Zimbabwe is going. And therefore, I registered this trust with the help of other women that were also passionate about telling those stories. Mind you, I'm still working in the NGO sector, so I'll be working 8 to 5, full-time job, but also pushing Amakhosikazi Media on the side because there was so much that was relevant in that space. And this is around 2014 when we were slowly getting tech savvy, getting into the internet and using platforms that were not available to us then to share information. Facebook and social media started growing to be a platform for women's voices around 2015. And I realized that this was a skill that we needed to jump onto and use to the best of our ability. And therefore, I applied for a Master of Multimedia Journalism at the University of Westminster in London, United Kingdom. And I managed to finish my master's there. And this has helped me to grow Amakhosikazi Media to what it is today, to the extent that we now even want to go towards the region.
Charge of this because I'm very strict with time. The principal, you know more. So I'm sorry, Sibisiswe, could we just quickly wrap up with your closing sentence? We just have Naledi, and then because I just want to give any girls opportunities for any questions they might have for you ladies.
Okay, thank you. No, I think I'd wrapped up. Just was saying that we've spread our wings towards Southern Africa, and I hope to be able to meet some of you and work with you. And I'm waiting to hear what you, as young women, are looking forward to doing within the sector. Thank you.
I'm a lady of my word, so I'd like to give Naledi just the opportunity. She had lots of time now, so she's going to give us a powerful sentence on the lesson she learned. Thank you.
I don't know. I just have to come out and say it. By the time she was starting her company in 2013, I was 12 years old. And now I'm in the same event as her. So wild. The lesson that I have learned is courage. One thing about my job and about my passion, which is modeling and pageantry, is there is a point in time where you have to speak and people need to hear what you're saying and believe what you're saying. In continuity, I have to make the actors and the DOP and the director understand the script, and they have to understand that it has to be relatable to the viewers. Like she's saying, stories need to be told, stories need to be heard. We just have to make you guys understand and make it relatable. So the courage for me is having to convince people who are above me that my idea is the right idea and it makes total sense. So I think my lesson is to just shove the anxiety that I have outside and just say what I need to say, get it over and done with, and move on.
Thank you. Very powerful. Are there any girls with questions? Yes, I'm bringing the mic to you. Just say your name and then your question, okay?
My name is Lavkel Bumbo, and I have a question for Asfaki, so for pronouncing it abroad. So, how did you balance your lifestyle and academic?
Oh, thank you for that question. For a long time, I was unable. Right. I have been a very serious student all my life. A very funny story is in my reports in high school, my teachers used to write, Asafika needs to take a break. She actually needs to spend time this holiday because I used to be super focused on my studies, and I would not dedicate time to spending with my friends or my family because I used to put immense pressure on myself, right? And I think that when you come from a certain background and you realize that there's no room for failure, you tend to put a lot of pressure on yourself. And so it took me a long time to learn to relax. And I'll tell you, it was only after I got my first degree that I started to relax. And so it hasn't been an easy journey learning how to balance my studies and my personal life. But I've come to understand that sometimes it's not a 50-50 balance. Sometimes you will have to dedicate more time to your books. So sometimes it will be a 60-40 balance. 60 towards your studies, 40 towards family and friends. Sometimes when you have less work to do in your studies, you can dedicate 70% to family and friends, 30% to your studies. So it's always about prioritizing what is important at that particular time and in that particular season. And life is a roller coaster. It's full of ups and downs. So you have to just assess where you are in that season and then decide what you want to give time to at that particular moment.
Thank you so much. I just want to say if there's any girls online that wants to write a question, we can also ask the panelist here. I believe there was somebody else this side whose hand was also up. There we go. Okay, sorry. Name and then your question.
Good morning. My name is Ayanda. I have a question for Ma'am Asifika. Since you said adapting is constantly having a learning mindset, so having to have a learning mindset, you need to have a positive and healthy mindset. So how do you attain a positive mindset in order to get the knowledge that you're supposed to get? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Again, I don't want to give the impression that these things are simple, right? As I pointed out in my previous answer, life is full of ups and downs, and we all go through things. You may be experiencing some challenges in your personal life sometimes. You may be experiencing challenges in your studies. So it is a constant battle at times. It can be. But you need to develop mechanisms and systems that help you stay focused. So again, it's a very personal thing. It's about your your own ways of if waking up in the morning and saying a prayer and reading a scripture helps you to align yourself and to get into a positive space, then that's what you must do, and you must dedicate time to it and make it a constant practice, because sometimes the winds of life can take you to a dark place, and so you need to be intentional about bringing yourself back to a positive space. And I think I spoke earlier about people. I want to really stress the power of people, what people can do in your life. The right people, good people who are in your corner and who love you. And like my friend is in the audience today, and she's been good to me for many years. So people like that, surround yourself with good people, people who have the best intentions for you, people who can be a shoulder to lean on when you are in a dark place. Thanks.
Thank you. I know there might be some questions and some people might be a little bit shy. So you can email your questions to me and I can forward it to the panelists as well. And you can create a connection. It's called networking, eh? So we just want to thank our panelists today. And this is also a mental health check moment. Stand up, stretch those legs while we quickly swap our panelists out, guys. Thank you so much again for joining us today. Thank you so much. Guys, we will be starting with the next, nobody's standing. Hey, you strong, guys. Hey, exercise time. Breathe a little bit. So our next panelists are some straight walking in on stage. Let them just quickly. Hello, how are you? Good. Yes. I just want to do a check. Denayo Matebula, you're not hiding from us. Yes, there she is. There she is. Yes, I wanted to say. I see you. Okay, I saw some girls quickly went out, but we're going to start with our next session. You know, the adults make more noise than the school kids always. If I can have your attention, please. Thank you. So now we get to my personal favorite subject, journalism, radio and television. And we have 3 wonderful speakers lined up. I just have to apologize on behalf of Tumi's son. Unfortunately, she can't make it. They had a family medical emergency. So unfortunately, she won't be joining us today. Right, so our first speaker, Dr. Allegro Dinkwanyane, founder and group CEO of Orgela Group, Forbes 30 Under 30 honoree, Mail and Guardian, top 200 young South African journalist, publicist, social media marketer and speaker, and one day she's probably going to be the president of this country at the rate she's going. Dr. Allegro, please come join us here on stage. Then I have to brag a bit because this is also my old student, Sally Setole. She studied the BA in Broadcast Journalism at Boston Media House. She's currently completing her master's degree at the University of Johannesburg in journalism. She's a CNBC junior producer, a financial journalist, and she is just an awesome, awesome girl, and you're all going to love her, and please don't be shy. Sally, please come join us on stage. Then Danaya Matibulo. I just have to tell you guys, if you think the people in the first panel spoke, all the communicators are coming now, so they're going to be talking. Danaya Matibulo is a content producer at Urban Brew Studio. So a powerful lady to know if you want to get on TV, hey? Danaya, please join us. Ladies, to start off, if you can perhaps just share in the next 5 to 10 minutes your career journey. Dr. Legro, we start with you.
Thank you so much, and good morning. Just making sure it's still morning. So as mentioned, I'm an entrepreneur and I run several companies, but the first company that I launched was a media company, Ogela Entertainment. I am a UJ and UCT alumni. I studied journalism at the University of Johannesburg, social media marketing at UCT. And Ogela Entertainment started, on the 14th, on Monday, it's going to be our 13th anniversary. And I know sometimes people look at me and be like, how can you have a company 13 years old? How old are you? But that's the beauty of starting young. I started when I was 21, in my final year at university. And I am, excited to be here because I always love sharing my journey, knowing that young people are going to get something from it. And I always advocate for starting early. So you may be in this room and thinking, I'm too young, I'm taking in all of this advice, I still have time. Start now.
Wow, okay, good morning, everybody. Sure, I see a lot of young ladies in here, and I definitely can say that I see myself in you. I see my old self in you, if I can say that. Like Karika said, my name is Sally Sitole, and I'm an alumni for Boston Media House. I see some of my, students here, some of my lecturers in the building. But my journey, it started with a dream. You know, when you're watching TV and you're seeing someone on like television and use anchor, and you just have this burning desire, like, I want to do that. Oh my God, I want to be like that person. And then one day I remember I was in high school or primary school, I'm not too sure. And then there was a song on radio playing. You ladies might know it. I whip my hair back and forth. I whip my hair back and forth. And then there was a radio presenter, and I was like, oh my goodness, I also want to do that. I also want to be on radio. And also seeing ladies being TV presenters, I was like, okay, I also want to tap into that. And the beauty is that I have tapped into all of those things that I have dreamed of. So my journey honestly started as a dream, and going into radio, going into television, going into acting, and now being a television presenter, a news anchor in the making, a TV producer in the making. So it has just been exciting. My journey here at Boston Media's House has been so excited because when I got here, if I have to tell you a personal story, is that when I was still in high school, I was not like an A achiever, an A class student, or so forth. I was just an average student, but I had big dreams. But when I came to Boston Media House, I remember I came first day, I registered, and I had a conversation with myself when I was walking up the road trying to find a taxi back home. And I said, I know I was not an average student back in high school, but I'm going to change the trajectory of how things are going to look into my life right now. I'm going to make sure that I get distinctions in all the modules. Listen, the lecturers are going to know my name. When I leave Boston Media House, they will always remember who I am. And if I could say that first year it was a COVID year, second year, third year, all of the years I passed them with a cum laude, with a distinction. Most of my modules were distinctions, just one or two here. But then it was like I set a goal and it was a dream come true. So I do know that right now where you're sitting, you have a dream, you want to be in radio, you want to be in film, you want to be in television. It is possible. But the journey is that the journey of you working towards a dream is sometimes lonely, because I remember in this very classroom, I was sitting right there and there was a lecture. We were going through lectures, our classes and so forth. And sometimes I was the only one in class, because you have to be the one showing up for your dreams. No one else is going to say, no, Sally, wake up, wake up. Nobody's going to do that for you. So whatever dream that you have, make sure that you are the one who's fighting for that dream. Your siblings might not believe in your dream. Your family might not believe in your dream. Your friends might not believe in your dream. But if you believe in your dream and put in the effort, I'm telling you, the sky is only the limit. Yeah.
That's beautiful. Hi, everyone. It's good to see everyone here. All ladies and a few gents. Shout out to the gents. First of all, I'm so excited for this opportunity. For me, it's like a full circle moment, kind of like nostalgia. It's pretty cool to see Karika and my lecturers. I'm also a Boston Media House alumni. I used to actually sit somewhere there during one of the lectures. I'm not sure which subject it was, but I used to sit in this section. So it's pretty cool. Even walking through the corridors, just reflecting on so many moments that I've had here at Boston Media House. So I'm really excited. I'm also excited to interact with all of you guys and the panelists here. I was just saying to Dr. Legro that it's such a small industry because I've interacted with her before. I've interacted with Sheshe from the previous panel. Almost everyone. There's Kamu. There's so many people, and it's pretty cool. So yeah, like I said, my name is Dinawa, and I am a content producer for Urban Brew Studios. Yeah, so for me, it started when the the media bug bit me when I was still a kid. I remember my dad used to we used to take my mom to Bara, go taxi rank to go drop her off to go to work. And on our way there, he'd always have Listeria FM buzzing. And I remember there was a segment there where they would have these very dramatic series. And I would be so fascinated as a kid, just wondering like, but how is it that I'm hearing these people are having an argument and you can hear the sound of the slang. And in my head, I was like, how is it possible that a whole generations can get inside a radio and, I'm imagining all of this happening. And I think that's when it caught me. Fast forward to high school, I've always been a busy kid. I was always the one that's putting my hand up for everything that was happening. I remember the one specifically remembering is when I was part of a program called Spirit of Youth at the Gordon Institute of Business Science, where I would interact with different kids from all over different schools in Johannesburg. And I remember because I didn't go to like a really very Lani school, and I would feel very intimidated. So our school didn't have blazers, right? And the schools that the other kids had blazers with 10 triple badges and all over. So I remember we decided as a group that we're going to buy blazers. The school is not going to know, but specifically so that when we enter that room, they must also feel us that we have at least class captain, Yana, that kind of vibe. But I think that's just a memory of how my interest and my curiosity started. Fast forward, I came to Boston Media House. I remember I used to be a YFM fanatic when YFM was still YFM. Yeah, so I would always hear about Boston Media House, and I remember coming here for an open day because I already knew I wanted to be in media. What I was not sure about is what exactly. I knew I could write, but I didn't know where that could take me. I knew I wanted to be a radio presenter one day. I wanted to be in television, but I wasn't sure exactly. So coming here actually helped me out a lot because it offered everything, right? So I majored in advertising, ended up in talk radio, and currently I am in television. So it's been quite a journey. It's been an exciting journey. I've learned so much, still learning. And I did a quick check quickly, and I realized that it's actually been 9 years since I graduated, which is crazy because how old am I? But yeah, man, and I'm really excited, like I'm saying, because I too was like you, sitting here eager, and really looking forward to what my future would bring. And it's so cool to sit here and I can say that I made it, I did it. So yeah.
Each of you ladies actually just didn't study one thing. You studied more than one thing. So I think if you could perhaps share with the students here, what is the value of continuing your studies?
Great question. Things change almost every year now. I think a decade ago, progress was a little bit slower, but right now, you start in Jan, by the end of the year, there's new developments in technology, there's new developments in social media, there's new terminologies, there's always something new. So you always have to keep up. It's not like before when your 10-year-old degree was enough. You always have to upgrade, you know. And when I went and studied social media and marketing, I had already graduated at UJ. So I studied journalism at UJ, and it was only in my final year that I finally decided, okay, this is what I'm going to do. They left the good part for the final year because we did online journalism last. And I remember when I went to UJ, I stayed on campus, and there's a whole bunch of activities that happen when you are staying on campus. There's go support rugby, go support hockey, go do this. There's house activities. And I was very clear with our house managers that, listen, I am not here to play. All these things are fun. It's great. When I have time, I will do the extra stuff. But I remember it was compulsory for us to choose an extra mural activity. And I was going around campus. I was like, I'm not going to do anything sporty. So this one time I'm passing this corridor next to UJFM studios, and I saw a poster advertising auditions. I was like, great. I am going to walk in there. I am going to audition to be on radio. Don't know where it's going to take me, but we'll see. I was already in journalism in my first year, and we had started with print at the time. I went in, I did my little 5-minute audition, I got accepted, and I got a graveyard show. Somebody probably would have said, you know what, I'm not doing a 3 a.m. show. Who is listening? But I said, great, I'm going to be on radio, even if it's 5 people who listen. I don't care. The students that are awake studying, they will listen. And I remember security at UJ coming to my res, picking me up in a little golf cart, driving me up to the studios. I would stay there. I did a 2-hour show. 5 a.m. I'm back in my room. And then I have to rest, get ready for my lectures from 9, 10, and so on. And I remember one time, there was a lady who stayed on our floor. She said, but why do you do this to yourself? You're in the library, you're doing assignments, you are doing all these different activities. And I was like, you have to start early. I'm not one of those people that are going to wait for final year to start trying to get the practical experience. I knew exactly what I wanted when I left high school, that, you know what, I'm going to hit the ground running. When I get to Joburg, I remember the first image that I saw of like the city center Joburg was on Generations. You know that little intro thingy, you see the building that they show? I was like, one day I'm going there. And I'm from Limpopo, by the way. So I graduated, I matriculated, and then I came to UJ, and I was like, I made it. This one time I'm sitting at my res room, and I realized that the SABC was opposite my res. I was like, I'm going to walk there. On a Friday, I only had like 2 lectures. I'm going to walk there. And I went in there, and I remember telling security, I am studying journalism at UJ, and I just want to learn. I just want to see what happens in this big building. And he let me through. And the first person that I saw on this big window in Radio Park was Carol Shabalala. And she was on Radio 2000 at the time presenting sports. I stood there for a long time. I didn't even know that I was standing there for such a long time. During an ad break, she finally came to the window and said, you've been here for such a long time. What are you looking for someone? I said, no, I'm actually just a student from next door. I really want to learn about radio and what it is that you guys do. Can I just be a fly on the wall? I won't disturb you. I just want to sit in. And from that day, she said, you know what? Come in whenever you have time. I sat in during her 3-hour shows from 3 to 6. I got to experience what it is, you know, production behind the scenes of radio, interviewing guests and so on. She saw that I was so interested and, you know, just so proactive, asking questions, and really like I wasn't there because I just wanted to meet celebrities. Before I know it, she had a show on SABC Sport on a Tuesday night, where it was a 1-hour show from I think 9 to 10. And she said, do you want to come and learn more about, TV? I do this show, so come with me. I was like, I am there. Don't have to ask me twice, you know? Then I went with her from makeup to having her, dinner before the show, and then what producers tell her, pretty much what Dineo does, and then going live on air, and they would give me like an earpiece, and I would hear what they tell her while she's live on. I was learning all these things, but mind you, I knew that I don't want to be in radio full time. I don't want to be in a newsroom. I don't want to end up in a TV production, but I was interested in learning in every phase of my journalism career. I was waiting for online. I was interested in the blogging space, and they left that for last. But moral of the story with that is be keen, be proactive in every phase of your, learning journey. Don't say, well, I'm not really into print, so I'm just going to do my worst. It's a reflection of your work ethic. I did it so well that even when I quit, when I resigned, I also wrote for the UG Observer, our campus newspaper. I wrote for Clue magazine, which was a campus newspaper. And I did it so well that even when I said, listen, I'm on to the next, and said, but why? You're so good at it. I ended up in my final year being one of the top 5 students in our journalism class, and I was offered an internship at the BBC Africa. I did it for 3 months. I resigned. And our manager there, Peter, said, you are so good. Where are you going? Again, everything that I did, be it behind the scenes, in print, in TV, in radio, I did it so well because I wanted to learn, I wanted to grow. And me wanting to own a media company, I needed to know how all those things work, because one day I'm going to operate my own media company. And sure enough, I was told I'm too young, too inexperienced to run a media company, to start my own company. I was 20 going on 21. So I understood some of the naysayers. But anyway, fast forward my final year, we're doing online journalism. I'm like, finally, I made it. I'm here. And it was great. We were asked, I remember in our last term, to create a mock-up blog as an assignment. I created my company. I created Ogela Entertainment, which is a celebrity pop culture, fashion, lifestyle blog. And my lecturer, who had no business understanding the entertainment space, Miss Nadia Fanamarva, called me and said, you know what, I'm not even into all this content, but you got me, reading and interested, because this is not the type of content I would normally, consume. And she was the one who encouraged me to take it more seriously. She said, I know this was an assignment, but look into the blogging business. Look into, how you can take this further. I know it's a hobby. You love writing, you love pop culture, you love social media, which was just starting at the time. And in October 2011, I was about to write my final exams at UJ. I launched my website. And when I left UJ, graduated, I lived in an apartment not far from where I stayed on campus. And I asked my mom, give me 6 months, pay my rent, give me grocery money, give me 6 months, I'm going to make something. Because she didn't understand how you have a degree and you're not going to look for a job. I lived like feet away from News 24. I could have gone in and submitted everywhere and got, ended up in a newsroom at Daily Sun or I don't know, somewhere. And in 3 months, I was making more than enough. More than enough. And I remember one of my first clients was Avon South Africa. And I'm going to quickly tell you how I ended up at UCT, because now this is the power of not limiting yourself and capping and say, listen, I have one degree or one certificate, I'm enough. Avon South Africa came and they wanted to advertise on my website, which had 1.1 million hits. This is 1.1 million users logging into my website every month. I didn't know the business of blogging. I didn't know what those numbers equated to. I didn't know how much to charge. I pretty much, at some point, I think I was running the business charging what I needed. I mean, I calculate my range. I was like, I need 20K, so I'll invoice 20K. I didn't understand the value of those numbers, the advertising, but it's the same thing as print. It's the same thing as viewership on TV. That's when I went to study social media and marketing. I understood the business of blogging. I understood my numbers. So when I say to Avon, it's 100K to take up the main ad on my website, I could back it up. I knew how to read and translate the stats. That's why I continued to study. And that business went so well that I ended up being scouted, I say, because I got a call from the CEO of Trace, the music channel, Trace Urban. They called me. They were launching a partnership with the Sowetan newspaper. Basically, the content you see on Trace TV, but in newspaper format. And the CEO said, I came across your blog. I really like your writing style. Do you want to join us? I said, yes. Imagine me, 22-year-old Allegro. sitting with the CEO, founder of Trace. And I'm like, but I'm not going to come to your office. I'm going to work from home. He was like, why? What do you have going on? I was like, I run my own business. So confident. That time it was just my blog. I lived in a 2-bedroom apartment. I woke up from my bedroom, had my little breakfast, and walked to the other room, and I stayed there and I did my articles. And he said, okay, fine, just submit your articles, and then maybe once in a while when we do have like staff meetings, come in. Sure enough. But before I knew it, I was stuck at Trace. You know, they like, I don't know how they do it, but it's just one thing after another. And then you get comfortable. While I was there, Trace Urban had a position for a PR manager. I did communications. I majored in comms. I was like, okay, well, I'll do that too. Ended up being the Trace PR manager, the interviews manager. So all of the celebrities that were being interviewed, the musicians, I did the interviews. You just couldn't see me because the camera was on them. And then they launched Trace Sports Stars. And then I was the researcher, the interviewer. It was fun. There were even talks of, you could go to our Paris office. And then the dream, that little voice in me is like, the dream is going to run away if you stay here and you're comfortable. Because my dream has always been to be an entrepreneur and run my own race and do my own thing. And it was so hard, but I said, you know what, I'm quitting. Again, I was doing it so well. And I said, this is my last month. After 2 years of Trace, freelancing, before I got stuck in, I resigned. And they were like, what are you going to do? Did someone poach you? Did MTV take you? Blah, 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 BET. I was like, no. Remember that blog I told you? I'm going back to my business. That's what I'm going to do. And the moral of the story with that, if you have a dream, stick to it. There's going to be a lot of influences along the way. There's going to be a lot of temptations. Sometimes a business isn't doing so well. If you want to be an entrepreneur and you think, well, let me quit and go find a 9-to-5. Next thing, you're 10 years deep in the 9-to-5 and you forget about your dream. There were so many temptations, and sometimes the numbers are not adding and you've got bills and now I took a car and I have all these things going on. I'm like, okay, maybe I should just find a 9-to-5 and this can just be a side thing. But I stuck to it, and following Ogela Entertainment, I launched a PR and marketing agency, Ogela Communications. I launched a charity foundation, Ogela Helping Hands. We recently launched a sports agency, Ogela Sports. Everything is Ogela. Ogela, by the way, is my name backwards. Allegro. That's inspired by Oprah, Harpo, Oprah. That's the dream. So we currently have 9 entities under the Ogela umbrella. Currently have 13 full-time employed staff. We do have freelancers. We work with a bunch of young people in South Africa. We have collaboration with offices down in Kenya, and we were very fortunate to work with Boston Media House. Some of the students interning with the company. So 13 years ago, if I had just let go, not studied, not worked on myself, and, fell into the temptations of, go to corporate and just stick it out, I wouldn't be the founder and CEO of Ogela Group. I surely would not have landed on Forbes 30 under 30. I wouldn't have an honorary doctorate. Don't ask me how I got that one. I got that too. And everything else that came. But I think the most important thing is, even over a decade later, I still love what I do. I wake up every day with so much passion. I want to grow. Like Monday, it hit me. I'm like, oh, it's the 14th of October. It's our 13th anniversary. What's next? I still dream as big as I did when I was 19, trying to put this company together. And here we are 13 years later. And it's in the power of your dreams. Like the ladies just said, they all started with dreams. From radio, listening to Lesedi, from, just knowing that you want to be in media, what really gets to you, what really, like Chicken Licken ad, that, what's that animal? What's that thing that it would just be there. And until you feed into that craving, until you actually achieve your dreams, it's kind of like that little regret thing that's going to tell you, don't stop, keep going until you're proud of yourself. So study, always study. Even today, I still study. I'm always doing, if I'm busy, I do short courses with UCT's Get Smarter programs, anything from 8 weeks to 3 months to 6 months. Just always develop yourself. And right now, things are so advanced. You don't even need to pay for online courses if you can't afford to. YouTube is there. Social media is so advanced. There's online tutors. There's so many things. Don't limit yourself and say, well, I don't have money or I don't have access to this. Use the internet to your advantage.
Okay, there we go. All right, this is very powerful, if I must say. Congratulations with all the strides that you made. I'm also from Limpopo, by the way. So before I came to Johannesburg, the city of gold, to mine my gold, I actually started in radio. And I remember I got interviewed for a popular radio station at home, and they asked me if you had a choice to go to school or to stay here, what would you do? Because it was like around COVID. I'm saying I'm gonna go back to school. You know, the reason why I decided to go pursue, as much as yes, you might have the talent, yes, you might have the dream, yes, you can dance, yes, you can sing, yes, you can be a radio presenter, a television presenter, but then I was like, but I want a competitive edge. You know, I do have the skill, I do have the talent, but when I walk into a room, I also want an edge on top of that. And if ever I end up at SABC or some big media company and they have to scale down on top of qualifications, I'm going to be the first one because I'm not qualified. So I need to step up and make sure that I get qualified, I get my degree, so that wherever I go, I know that I do have the talent, I do have the skill, but at the same time, I do have the knowledge when it comes to academia. So whenever you're going to walk into a room, have that competitive edge. I remember one time I was speaking at some ladies' women awards, and I said that in South Africa, the population in South Africa, we are about 63 million. 63 million, if I'm not mistaken. So if we are 63 million, when you walk into a room, what makes you different? There's so many ladies, so many guys who want to be in the media industry, who want to be in television, who want to be in radio and so forth. But what makes you different? Your dream alone, your skill alone is not enough. So that's the reason why I decided to further my studies and come to Boston to understand the industry that I'm in. So being here, the modules that I was doing, they were equipping me to be like, oh, okay, so this is how it's done. And somehow it has elevated me to see that the world of media is not just radio, it's not just television, the one that we see, it's not just film, it's not just this, but there's a lot of opportunities in the media industry that we never know of. When they do career exhibitions at school, some opportunities in the media industry, they don't even you just don't know, right? But when you are in rooms that are in the media space, then you learn that, oh, there's this advertising. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. So then I also decided to go to further my studies after graduating at Boston Media House to say, you know what, I'm taking a decision to further my studies and do my honors in journalism, to equip my skills, to understand the industry that I'm in, and to connect more. I can't emphasize more about connecting in the media industry. It's so important. Hey, wherever you go, even your classmates, your friends, those are your future business partners. Your lecturer is one of the people who are going to align you or help you go into your next opportunity or internship, because they're going to see you and say, but you have a skill in this. Let me help you. There's an internship, apply for this and so forth. So I went to UJ and did my honors degree, and this was last year, by the way. So I went to UJ to go and do my honors degree, and mid-year of my honors, mind you, I come from Boston Media House. I'm not familiar with the university. I was a bit scared. I'm like, oh my God, it's a big university. Am I going to manage? Am I going to be able to, keep up with the schoolwork or the challenges that are going to come? But then when I got there, funny enough, the same mantra that I had at Boston Media House, that I am going to be the best student that this institution has ever had, I took the same mindset and applied it when I got to UJ. And when I got to UJ, some lecturers looked at me like, you got something different, And midway my honors degree, then there was an opportunity that came up to be an intern at CNBC Africa. And I'm like, I don't know what CNBC Africa is. I don't know what financial journalism is. I don't know anything, but I'm just going to take the opportunity and jump. And I took the opportunity. The office is just up the road. And now we went to CNBC Africa. And when we got there, I was like, yeah, okay, I don't know how the rand works. I don't know when they say rand, dollar, JSE, what is what, but that is it. I am going to learn and make sure that I am going to be the best in the industry. So I also made a decision that actually I want to study further and fulfill my academic journeys, and that's why I decided to go back to school and say, you know what, actually I wanted to go and do my master's degree, because actually when I grew up, I think it's society when you're growing up is the career opportunities that are available when you're growing up is like you want to be a doctor or a lawyer, but there's so many other opportunities, and I think that we need to do a lot of work in terms of educating young people that growing up and going into your careers, it's not just a matter of you being a doctor, you being a lawyer, but there's so many other opportunities in the media industry, in industries that we don't know, technology, IT, and so forth. So I decided to go and do my master's, and the reason why I went to do my master's is to get two things out of it. Is to enhance my academic journey, but at the same time to also understand the industry that I'm in and to focus on financial journalism, because I don't know, I'm learning. And I do know that when I grew up, I was said I wanted to be a doctor, because society was saying, no, become a doctor, become this. I said, okay, no, I want to be a doctor. But of course, God was like, girl, that's not where you're going. You're not going to be in the medical industry. You're going to go into the media industry. But I am going to be Dr. Selisitole in a few years' time through my doctorate, not in the medical industry, right? Through my doctorate. So we're working towards that. So my message to you is that whatever room that you're going to get in, make sure that you have a competitive edge, because you're competing with so many people from different provinces, from different backgrounds. Some have more opportunities more than you, but does not matter whether you're a young girl from Limpopo with this kind of opportunities or not. Whichever room that you step into, let people feel your presence. When you leave, let people remember your name, that so and so was in the room. Say Lisitolo was in the room and I felt her energy. So that's just the message. Wherever you're going to go in the media industry, always remember that you are a star and don't let the people around you dim your light. Yeah.
So I was gonna end up with the quote, but since you're speaking about dimming your lights, I just wanted to share with you a quote that I always go back to when I feel like perhaps the imposter syndrome is kind of knocking in a little bit, or perhaps I'm starting to get lost in my way, or I'm dimming my lights. And it's a quote by, I'm sure you've heard it before, Marianne Williamson, that says, "Our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. It is our light, not our darkness, that most frightens us. We ask ourselves, who am I to be brilliant, gorgeous, talented, fabulous? Actually, who are you not to be? You are a child of God. Your playing small does not serve the world. There is nothing enlightened about shrinking so that other people won't feel insecure around you. We are all meant to shine as children do. We were born to make manifest the glory of God that is within us. It's not just in some of us, it's in everyone. And as we let our own light shine, we unconsciously give other people permission to do the same. As we are liberated from our own fear, our presence automatically liberates others. So this is a quote that I always go back to, and I'm always conscious of it in everything that I do. And just to answer Karika's question, with me, I've always felt like uh, the journey, my career journey, has always led me into my next step as to what I'm studying or where I'd like to upskill. Like I said earlier, when I started out, I interned in talk radio for Power FM. I literally was like a stalker to the programs manager at that time, because I remember there were no internships at that company when it had just started. I think it was about 2 years old. Zero internships. I kept on bugging her, and eventually she was like, "Okay, fine, you can come." Right. So I remember when I entered there, I was so eager. And I, at that time, I wasn't sure exactly what I wanted to do, but I find myself aligning more into doing, into producing shows. So within about
in less than 3 months of me being there, they were already opening up a new show, which was also Graveyard, and it was a music show, and they decided they wanted to make it talk. So I'm very intimidated because at that time I worked with a phenomenal journalist. Her name is Sebenzile Kabule, and she taught me everything I know about talk radio. And they threw me into the deep end, and I had to swim and make it. I remember the first time, I think she was testing me, but at that time I did not know that it's a weird thing to call someone and ask for an interview for 3:30 in the morning. She said, for the first show, I want us to have to have a minister, and also I think maybe we can end off the show with let's bring in DJ Spoo, right? And I was like, okay, there am I, calling people. Hi, this is Tina from Power FM. Can we please do an interview with you at 3:30 in the morning? This is me calling a minister directly, not knowing it's not a thing, it's not protocol. Lucky for me, I remember his voice. He was like, he paused for a second and he said, "You said what time?" And I said 3:30. He's like, "Okay, either way, I'll be up because I'm preparing for a flight later. So let's do it." I get back to her and I say, "Yes, we have it." And she says, "DJ Smooth." And I'm like, "Oh yeah, I called him. He said he's coming. He'll be here at 5:30 in the morning." She was shocked. I was shocked because she's shocked. I'm like, "Is that not how it works?" But I think that experience alone taught me that you'll never know until you try. Never be scared of trying something because you fear that you're going to fail. So at that time, I decided to learn from my other colleagues who were 10 years in, 5 years in, and I literally would sit there. I would stand in when a producer is not around. I remember when I did my very first breakfast show, which was presented by the late Bob Mabena. I remember him, he was a station manager at that time, and I got called in and they said, "Bob is looking for you." Nervous. I'm like, what did I do? You know, I got there and he's like, "Oh, so are you Dee now?" I'm like, "Yes." He's like, "Okay, I just wanted to know because your show before our breakfast show is stealing all our guests. You guys are talking to the first people on you guys are doing breaking news, you guys are doing talking to ministers, but anyway, I like it, keep it up." And I remember walking out of that room just in awe because at that time I didn't really realize what impact I was making. And just fast forward, I did get to produce a little bit for him, and then I also moved on to do other cool shows. And when I left, after I've learned from all my other colleagues, I left to go get into the digital space. I remember one of my advertising lecturers said the future is going to be digital and it's going to be social media. I remember we just giggled in class because we were like, "There's no ways. How is the social media now going to be the next big thing?" And I remember him say that you need to start upskilling now to prepare for future jobs because it's coming. And boy, was he right. It came and it's here and it's dominating. So that's the next space I decided to tap into. And I did a bit of digital marketing as well, which is something that I'm also currently upskilling and learning. And I worked with she doesn't like me as an influencer, yeah, but she's in the digital space, and I would produce podcasts. I produced podcasts, I wrote blogs, daily blogs, hectic. I was frustrated. I was crying in the middle of the night because this article is not coming together. And fast forward, I realized that all of that, I mean, I'm Christian, so the Bible says that all things work together for good for those who love the Lord. All the experiences, the bad, the great stuff, the frustrations, I've learned that it has helped me to where I am today because I know how to handle situations a lot more easier. So fast forward right now, doing television, producing shows that really resonate with me, speak to my heart. I think you ladies mentioned earlier the importance of not compromising on who you are and yourself and never giving up on the dream that you've had. I've always been passionate about content that aims to solve societal issues, that has an impact, that can change somebody's life. And I've gravitated more towards content around women and children, having conversations that are uncomfortable, having conversations that are needed to be had, especially in Black households. So I'm also learning, in that area as well. So whatever stage that I've gone through, I've been able to learn, and that's my area of upskilling. I'm also undergoing a voiceover training course. I had the opportunity to do a couple of voiceovers, but I felt like I want to learn the skill, the winning formula to getting booked, because anyone can just do it. I remember Gareth Cliff, when during our graduation ceremony, um, oh, his speech actually left us more demotivated than motivated, because what he said, you guys, you're in media, you studied journalism, but anyone can do what you do. Anyone can whip out a camera, take a video, write a bit of a caption, post it up, and that is a valid story. But what makes you stand out? What is it that's going to make somebody choose to listen to you as opposed to somebody else? So that's also a learning that I feel like I've encountered throughout. And upskilling is very important. Future jobs, whatever they say, AI is here. So it's important to always be in the know also to what's coming up next, so that you can start upskilling so you're ready for it when it comes. Like Allegro said, she was already thinking social media when nobody was really buying into that hype. So it's very important to always have your finger on the pulse of what's happening, so that you can navigate and gravitate towards your next. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So you ladies, actually, this is how mind reading works if you lectured girls, because we're all on the same wavelength. So if you actually answered Noglanhla Matibulo's question, who said share advice on how you move from the journalism space into the online media space. And all of these ladies have done so successfully. Now we get to my favorite topic, and this is actually a question from the webinar from Chantal in Zimbabwe. I don't know who's the biggest feminist. You guys must just decide here. How do you break through the barricade that has been put by patriarchy in order to get these opportunities that are usually given to men? And I will not answer the question because I'm very passionate about it. Which one of you are the biggest feminist?
I'll start.
Thank you.
This is an issue that is widely spoken about. We all know. I've heard somebody once said that in the media industry, things are evolving. Women are taking up space and getting more and more opportunities. However, if you walk into boardrooms, if you look at who is making the decisions, people that are sitting in decision making roles, it's still men, male dominated. It's like in a building when you walk in, the receptionist is female, but the person actually controlling the whole thing is men. So it's a journey. It's something that is currently happening, and I think what's helping is conversations such as these kind of platforms are actually part of the initiatives that are helping to break those kind of situations that we find ourselves in. So as an individual, as a woman, what I can say, or what I feel is important, is never let somebody shut your voice down. Whether it's a man, whether it's a woman, because that's how they gain their power. They know how powerful we are. They know that we always have great ideas. But the minute we allow ourselves to be silenced, that's how actually we are allowing or enabling an environment of patriarchy. So I don't think it's not a one size fits all kind of an answer. This is actually a whole conversation. It's a dialogue. However, I would say as an individual, to navigate that, always speak up.
Thank you so much. And if you come to BMH, I will teach you how to speak up, because clearly I've got the lungs to speak up. Do we have any questions from the room? Woo! Okay, I don't think we're going to get to all the questions, and I have to be fair, so I'm going to start at the back this time. Please state your name and your question for which panelist.
Good morning, everyone. And the question I have goes to Dr. Alec. How do you define success on social media? How do you define success on social media?
How do you define success on social media?
It differs. I think it depends on what it is you're doing on social media, because there's a lot of things that you can do on social media. But I think the most important thing is when you found your niche, when you found, the people that want to consume the content that you're putting out there. So when you end up having an impact and influence, that's what social media is about. Because you can post all day, you can, have polls and whatever it is. But if no one is engaging with your content, if it doesn't leave anyone with a question mark or someone feeling like, you know what, I learned something from their feed, whatever it is, if you're a podcaster or a social media influencer, you're a mommy vlogger, whatever they come to your platform for, if you've got the impact and the influence, it's not always about numbers. I work in the social media influencer and marketing space too, where when social media started, everybody thought that if you've got 100K followers, 1 million followers, you've got influence. But now we're getting to a point where we said, no, behind those numbers, behind those stats, we're looking at engagement. That's the most important thing. So you can have two types of people that are on social media, one with 100K followers, another with 1 million. And as a brand, you say, well, we're going to take the one with 1 million followers and advertise our car with them. And no one clicks on the link. No one goes and test drive your car. No one engages with that content. But then you've got the micro influencer. They post their content. People are asking questions. They're engaging. They're interested in what they say. If it's a poll, they're answering. That is how you define success on social media. Social media is about pulling people together. So if you've got a voice, you're impactful, you've got the influence, and you're creating great conversations and offering solution to whatever your niche is. I think that's what defines success.
Thank you. There was another question. I want to give this side of the room also a chance. Yay, there we go. I'm going to pass the mic. Your name, question, and for which panelist, please.
Hi everyone. I think I forgot my question. Basically, okay, having so many dreams and goals, how did you deal with the constant walls that kept on appearing in your life? And did you ever feel like you took on too much to handle?
Okay, I think I'll answer that. It speaks straight to my heart. Sure. So I think I'll start to answer this question using my personal story. Like I said, there was a time in my life where I wanted to be a doctor, but clearly that's not where God wanted me to be. And I remember just before I came to Boston Media House and before, like, in the season of me being in radio and so forth, I remember being in the room and praying to God, and I'm like, God, I don't know where you want me to be. Like, I'm trying to enter this door, but clearly this door is not opening up. And there's a deep desire for this thing, but at the same time, it seems like the doors are closing up because I'm applying to institutions, but I'm not getting accepted. Like, what is going on? What must I do? It's like, prayed. I'm like, God, give me a sign. Like, show me. Let something just open up, And I remember, so obviously, Boston Media House is a private institution. And I come from a family where, like, my mom is a breadwinner, she's like a teacher and so forth. So obviously, financial wise, it was not like, we were not like wealthy. We were just, getting to our day to day, we were trying. And I remember, I will never forget, my mom came to me. I was like, but Mama, I would want to go to Boston. I just applied one time. I was like, let me just apply. Let's see what happens. And I applied and I got accepted. It's like, oh, okay. And I remember my mom came to me. It's like, you are going to go to Boston Media House. We will figure out a way on how we are going to pay for the institute, like for the fees. But you are going to go, And coming here, realizing that I just don't know how we managed to pay through my first year. I think it was just God's grace. But I think the message behind this is that when you tap into your purpose, when you tap into where God wants you to be, He will make a way for you. He will open doors for you. Luckily, because I did so well in my first year, I got a bursary with multi choice for my second year that paid for my school fees, that paid for that gave me a stipend, that paid for my accommodation. So this is just the way of God making a way, you know. So whatever that industry that you are going to tap into, sometimes we get so afraid of jumping and taking the opportunities, like, but I can't do it. Yes, you can't do it. We can't. We need the source. We need God to help us, because us alone, we can't do it. You know, so we always need to stay connected to the source with whatever that we're doing, whatever dream that we have. Because I know that, I'm sure you might have heard that obviously when you were born, you were born with your hands closed like this. And inside of your hands, it's your dreams, it's your talent, it's your skills that you need to manifest while you're on earth. You see, so while you are juggling with a lot of things, it's not because I know I juggle with a lot of things. I know I have a lot of responsibilities on my hands, but not in a day do I think that this is a lot. I think as this is a gift for me to inspire the next person, because of one of my motivation is aspiring to inspire before I expire. So whatever that God and talents and skills that God has blessed me with, I know that each day, every day where I go to, I know that I'm leaving a mark in people's lives and girls' lives in society. So God will always make a room for you. That's how I'll end this. Yeah.
Thank you so much. We've come to that part of the end of this panel, so we have to thank each of them. And if you come here as a student, you can see I need student assistance. So Dr. Allegra, thank you so much. Sally, thank you so much. I should have actually put the two BMH old graduates to work here. And thank you so much, Daneo, for joining us today. Just a few quick housekeeping arrangements. We will now have a break till 11:30. So all the speakers and the GGA personnel, you can please go downstairs to reception. You know, we have to keep the naughty people away from the kids. And then all the students that are here today, if you go outside this room to your left-hand side, you'll see there are bathrooms. But then there's another room called the think tank. And in the think tank, we've got some water and Krispy Kreme donuts, fresh for you. Yeah, I'm also a kid, so you're going to see me there. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a short break now. Speakers, please go down to reception. And also, you can visit our exhibition stands outside. We'll be back here at 11:30. Thank you all.
I just want to check at the back. Are we ready for the webinar? The people there? Okay, cool. Okay, we're just doing a quick sound check quickly. Yeah, okay.
Hello?
There we
Hello?
go.
Hello?
Otherwise, we'll just use. Okay. Okay, ladies, the next panel will be on graphic design and animation. We are very honored today to have Pippa Shabalala here, Senior On-Air and Creative Services Manager from the Walt Disney Company Africa. Yeah, you guys are unlucky. See, this is why you should come back. I'm clever. I get the good people after the break. In Essentia Khatswal, graphic design specialist at Multi-Choice Group, and then Nompumelelo Mutluli, also BMH graduate, senior art director at Ogilvy, South Africa. So ladies, to start off, if you could briefly, in 5 minutes, just say your career journey to where you are now and what jobs you did.
Sure. Hi. Okay, so my undergrad degree was fine arts, and then I have a master's degree in 3D animation. And I actually wanted to go into video games and ended up not doing that, but I started teaching. So I was the animation lecturer at WITS for about 3 years. And while I was doing that, by accident, I got into TV. So I started presenting a TV show on video games called The Verge. And when I left WITS, then I moved to go and work at the production company that was producing the show called Don't Look Down. And when I left Don't Look Down, I started working at MTV Base as the on-air producer for MTV Base. And then we launched MTV, and I moved across to Comedy Central and Nickelodeon, and I was working as the on-air producer for Comedy Central and Nickelodeon. And then I started managing the department there. And then at the beginning of 2020, I moved across to the Walt Disney Company Africa as the on-air and creative services manager.
Okay, you just made that very brief, and that's actually an illustrious career. That's such a beautiful career. Doesn't she look good, guys? I mean, considering the number of years that she's been in the industry. Anyway, hi everyone. My name is Innocentia Hlajwayo. I'm a graphic design specialist at MultiChoice, as Karika has mentioned. So I started my career, I don't know if I'm going to be brief, but I started my career in graphic design in the corporate industry, which is not a very common thing because graphic designers are known to be in the advertising industry. So I started in market research. I worked there for a couple of years with the most amazing people. Mostly, I remember because the person that hired me was a female, and I wanted to talk about you guys about being a girl's girl. So she had hired me for a 3-month contract,
to just work for that 3 months. I left a permanent job because I was like, no, I want to do graphic design. This is me. I took that 3 month contract. After 3 months, guess what? I became another 6 month contractor. After 6 months, I became a permanent person. That person, that lady, Matilda Eloff, she's still a friend of mine till today and a mentor, groomed me from my like junior level all the way to 5 years. And then she's like, look, if you're ready to be a butterfly, fly off, my child. Moved on to the next corporate. Again, being a graphic designer in the corporate industry, people just think you need to sit in the corner, but you need to be the one that actually elevates yourself and connect with people that will also elevate you. So when I moved into another company, which was a consulting firm, I got to meet other beautiful, amazing women that uplifted me in my career, that actually wanted to hear my voice as a designer. Because as a designer, you're just like, oh, let her just draw pretty pictures. That's always the idea. But I had people who would listen to me outside of being a graphic designer. I would have input in everything that they were working on. So that was just like an eye opener that, look, I like the fact that being a girls means that you're raising each other up. Fast forward, I'm now at MultiChoice. I've been there for 3 years. MultiChoice, guys, it's Showmax, DSTV, Supersport. So all these ladies that spoke earlier, yeah, that comes from us. So yeah, being there also taught me that, listen, you need to elevate yourself, but for you to achieve that, have people in your corner, have that other female in your corner. There's a lady, so I got a year ago, I was in the MultiChoice HOD Associate Program, which means that basically I'm being groomed by a senior person in the business. For a year, you basically learn what that department or division is about. I was lucky enough to be taken by another female, and I was groomed and I was shown the different parts of the business outside of me being a graphic designer, learning other things, which inspires me more to go and learn more. Anyway, there was a lady who was speaking at one of our internal events that said something that still sits with me till today. Ulala kanjani ungena mentor, which directly means, how do you sleep without a mentor? You always need to have someone helping you, raising you up. So when I walked into this room and I saw you guys here, I know you guys are young, you don't know this, but there used to be a SLC thing called Take a Girl Child to Work Day. I walked in here and I thought, that's exactly it right now. And I'm so grateful to having been here to talk to you guys and let you in the world of whatever career choice, but mostly in the media industry. You need to raise yourself up and have people in your corner raising you as well to the next level. Wherever you see yourself, always have someone to take you there. And I hope even the ladies that spoke earlier, the CEO ladies, I hope they definitely doing the same with whoever is under them. Thank you.
Hello, ladies. Hello, girls. Hello, gents. My name is Nokumelelo. Hello, Karike. I graduated here, I think, in 2016, so not so fresh. Let me start with, I'm now a business owner. I'm a business owner, I'm an author, I'm an illustrator, I'm a digital designer, and currently I work at Ogilvy South Africa as an art director. I'm going to mention my high school because I saw a few of them from there, a few of the girls from there. I went to Disiba High School, and I mentioned this because it's some of the things that we're not really exposed to. Oh, hello. I stumbled upon graphic design because I was always interested in the Kellogg's and Rice Krispies packaging, and I said to myself, I actually want to do this someday. I don't know, but I think it's so cool, but I want to know how to do it.
Back in high school, all I wanted to do was be a lawyer. I applied and got accepted twice at different times. After here as well, I still applied to be a lawyer, to study law, not be a lawyer, but to study law. And I got accepted, but I still never did it because the industry kind of swallowed me, and I was actually in love with it. I started my learnership at Umuzi. Umuzi is an organization where they expose, I would say, people who are fresh out of matric. I wasn't. I'd already studied. Luckily, they still accepted me. So that's how I got my in the industry. I started my internship at King James, which is now Accenture Song. And then at King James, I was a digital design intern, and then moved to House of Brave. And there I was a content creator. That meant I wrote copy, as well as design whatever post or marketing material that was needed. And then in 2022, I then joined Ogilvy South Africa, which is where now I am an worked on some of your multi-choice brands, which is Showmix as well as DSTV. Actually worked on DSTV for the past 1.5 years, before they moved over. I'm not going to say anything. And then, and then I worked on Cadbury, which was actually my favorite brand. I moved into a different department actually in June. So I no longer work on Cadbury, but still exposed to it. But that was one of my favorite brands that I think I've worked on in my entire career. So that's me in a nutshell.
Thank you so much, ladies. I know that when prospective students come and see us, and also people who do not work in the media industry, one of the biggest misconceptions is between what is animation and what is graphic design. So Pippa, maybe if you could explain to us what is animation exactly to prospective students?
Sure. Okay, so animation, there's different areas of that. There's different kinds of animation. So, but it's basically taking a whole lot of little drawings. If you look at it from traditional animation, a whole lot of different drawings, different frames, and putting them all together really, really quickly to make something move. So that's the sort of very traditional format. We tend to be a lot more digital now, much more 3D animation. But in 1 second of animation, there are 24 frames, so 24 drawings in 1 second. And that would be from a position of, if you're going to swing your arm like this, you're going to have the pose here, then here, then here, then here, then here, then here, all the way up until you've got that entire movement in one thing. So now that obviously started out much more in, many years ago as drawings. Now you do still get that, but it tends, because it's not as efficient as technology has advanced, we sort of move into a lot more sort of digital stuff. So now they'll actually model characters and things like that in 3D software programs. And what that is kind of like digital clay. And so you build it into a 3D model, and then you put virtual bones inside of it. And then now if you want to do that, you actually just have to manipulate the bones of that character rather than having to draw each frame like that. So it speeds up a lot of the process, but it also has a very different look and feel. So there's a lot of different aspects to its pros and cons.
And then, the animators, I have to tell you guys, you have to be an IT artist specialist. And you'll see it later on your tour. You're not just an artist, you have to know how to work your computer as well. The two graphic design ladies, if you could just maybe simply explain to them what is graphic design and what's the big difference between graphic design and animation. You two can flip a coin.
Thank you. So I actually do a little bit of animation, more simplified than what people probably does. And I think the difference always comes into where I have to design something. I could, since I'm an illustrator as well, if I have a vector or a drawing of whatever cartoon or character that I have, I then have to then animate that. Where, as a designer, you would probably just illustrate, design the character, what it looks like, and then people would do the storyboarding in a team. They'll do the storyboarding, and then from there make it move, do whatever the storyboard says. Basically, then have that story live in action. So your, I don't know, what are the most popular cartoon shows? SpongeBob. So I'd draw SpongeBob, and people would make SpongeBob move and do whatever that SpongeBob needs to do. So that's where with the file also, I think we are more on the making things look pretty side, where animation is more on the making things move side. So bringing life into the design, that whatever, but that's the difference. The other ones is pretty pictures, and the other one is moving pictures.
I'm not going to say just pretty pictures, so I'm just going to add on, guys. There's also motion design, which is your videos, and so there's like different programs we use to make cool videos that you see on TV. I'm trying to think of an example now. Now I'm blanked out, but it's not just a pretty picture that we.
Okay, so we actually do a lot more motion design, perhaps, than for where I work, than like traditional animation like that. But for motion design, that would be taking those elements and being able to move those from, and so, I mean, even when it comes down to making text move on and off screen, all of those elements are designed separately, and how you move them on and off screen in order to create dynamic sequences that bring people in. Because a lot of it is about that if you're looking at a static image for 5 seconds, you've already zoned out after 2. But if that image is moving, you tend to be more engaged more continuously, so it keeps you more interested.
Yeah, what she said.
What has been your biggest lesson you've learned so far in your career that you would like to share in one sentence with the girls?
Be open to opportunity. So I can honestly say that pretty much every job that I've gotten has been by chance, if I can say that. I started presenting a TV show literally because my head of department phoned me and said, I have a producer friend who is looking for a female host who knows a lot about video games. And because that was my sort of area of specialization when I was teaching and when I was studying, he thought of me and he said, I thought of you, thought maybe you might like to do it on your day off. Can I give him your name? And I said, sure, why not? And I ended up presenting a TV show. And when I left that production house, which I ended up then producing content for, and when I left that production house, I applied for a job at another production agency, and the guy phoned me and said, you're actually a little bit too qualified for this role, and I can't really, it's a bit more junior, and I can't really pay you what you need for that, like what your expected salary would be. He was like, but one of my clients is MTV based and they're looking for a new on-air producer. Can I give them your name? And I was like, so all of these things, you can turn around to somebody if they ask you, hey, can you do this thing? And you can be like, I can't do that. That's not my skill set. And that's fine. If that's not something you're interested in, that's cool. That's no problem. But you will never grow and you will never change and you will never advance your career if you don't go, hey, I'll give it a shot. And that's the thing. Open to opportunity. That is absolutely the best piece of advice I can offer anyone.
Okay, to piggyback on that, so the earlier panelist had mentioned imposter syndrome, and I'm not sure if you guys know what that is. That's when you tell yourself or your mind or your whole body starts thinking, I can't do this, and you don't actually believe in yourself, and
you keep asking yourself, how did I get here? Say, for example, one of your teachers puts you up as the top student and you just like, but how did I get here? And you don't believe it. That happens. Even us as adults, that happens where I'm sitting right now, I'm just like, oh my God, I'm sitting next to Pippa. I'm sitting next to Numpumelelo. I'm just a graphic designer. But then you remember that no, this is me. I know how I got myself here. Or maybe you don't. But there's a reason behind you being where you are at that point in your life. Everything happens for a reason. You can let the imposter syndrome happen for a moment, but like shake it off after that. Just like pull yourself out of that hole and believe in who you are and what you're capable of.
To add on to the two that they've said, I would say is allowing yourself to learn, allowing yourself to not know anything and be open to learning new things. I think I know how to animate because at work, when I was still an intern, they'd ask me, can you do this? And I'm like, no, but I wouldn't tell them upright that no, actually, I don't know how to do it. I like, no, but I can actually get it done in probably like 2-3 hours. So give me a few hours, I'll get it done. And that's literally been my approach throughout. I won't say no immediately. I'll just say, give me some time. And if I get stuck somewhere, I'll call you, you know. So allow yourself to learn. And if you don't want to say no, just say, give me time. And if you're tempted to say no, ask yourself if it'll help you in future. Will you saying yes to this thing keep you stuck here or actually open you up to new opportunities where you could now, you probably start as a graphic designer, but then now you're an animator or you're a content lead. So saying no to things sometimes is really just closing doors that are open for us, but we just don't see it. So I think when it comes to opportunities, always be open to them. And if you don't know, ask. There are always people who are willing to help you and you will learn faster. Be a SpongeBob, just absorb everything quickly.
Sorry, I just want to add something onto that because that's a really good point. So when I was working at MTV Base, I remember just after I started, I finished my first promo and I took it to my manager and he was like, "Yeah, no, that's cool." I was like, "Okay, great. So where do I send it for mix?" Because I did like edits and motion graphics and design and stuff, and he was like, "No, we don't have budget for mix." And I was like, okay, but so you knew when you hired me that I do the pretty things, I don't do the hairy things. So what must happen now? And he said, learn. So I did. So there are plenty, and especially in the media industry, like when I hire people, I like to hire people who can do more than one thing. And I like to hire people who can take the initiative to teach themselves how to do something. I can do a lot of different things. I'm a little bit of a jack of all trades. I can do a lot of different things because I've had to learn to do those things over the years because there was no one else to do them. So I was the person who had to teach myself. It's a very important skill.
I know that some of the girls are always fearful. They say we don't have art at school. So can I come and study animation? Can I work in graphic design? So do I have to have art at school to be able to study it? Or what would be your advice? Let's start with an Essentia this
Uh, I don't think so necessarily. Look, I when I started out, when I was young in high school, in fact, since I was probably like 5, 6 years old, I always wanted to be a fashion designer. So I knew how to draw pretty dresses and all of that. But I don't think it's necessary for you to have the art skill, or even when you go to a school, you pick a specific school that has art. I think these are things that you learn at Boston Media House. They taught me how to actually draw better than the pretty dresses that I was doing. So you get to learn these things as you grow into your career choice. So I don't think, no, it's a necessity, right? Yeah.
And you also don't have to know how to draw. Like, no, it doesn't have to be a thing. I know a few designers at work and art directors, they still can't draw. Yeah, no, you don't have to have that skill. You just have to be a creative. Really, you don't have to know how to draw. You just have to picture things and make things, beautiful, like envision things. Plus now with AI, if you can use that tool, just harness it as a tool. Don't look at AI as a threat. We use it on a daily basis. If you need storyboarding, you can prompt AI to do the drawings for you, put together the images for you, so you don't have to know how to draw. It's a nice to have, because sometimes some people, like myself, I like to start on paper when I do things, but some people don't. They just start on digital, and that means on their computers, they'll put together their presentations, use images as inspiration to put together what they need to do. So you don't have to know how to draw.
I don't. I think it completely depends. In media, design and animation are not necessarily the only career options. So, for example, I mean, we do a lot of video editing, so you don't need to be able to learn don't need to be able to draw to be able to cut footage, cut videos. I had a master's student many years ago that I was teaching, so masters, you have to have done a degree prior to that. So he came out of zoology. He was a zoology student who then came and did his master's in 3D. He was a great animator as well. Came and did his master's in 3D animation. He was one of those guys, he's like a perpetual student. So he likes to study and he does it all the time. And then I think he finished that and then went back and studied medicine. So, it's people's career choice and the way they approach it. But if you haven't done art at school, I don't think it's an essential.
Thank you, ladies. And then we have a question from our previous panelist, Naledi, for you.
Sorry, it wasn't really a question. I was just really I wanted to answer your question as well. Yes, sorry to get crushed. So my leaders, art is telling a story, right? You can tell a story in different ways. The people I work with sometimes on a daily, we have interns every single day. Camera department has interns, continuity has interns, even the office and production has interns. And a lot of them, even maybe all of them right now that I'm working with currently and that are getting paid by the production, they found the internships on Instagram. You DM a DOP, hey, I would really love to intern. Can I come on this day? They'd be like, okay, I will let you know a date. And they come through and they learn as much as possible. They don't always stick to camera because as soon as you get to set, there's art department, there's graphics, there's there's all these other spectrums and sectors of film on set. And you can just easily just swoop into the next one. And with that just one opportunity, you don't really necessarily need school, but you need school for the skill. Thank you.
I like it when people put me under pressure, so it's okay. I think the lesson is you don't necessarily get to do what you studied. So don't be fearful that you will choose a wrong degree and then you'll never end up doing your job. So I can tell you, I wanted to be Oprah. I saw myself, I'm like, I'm going to be Oprah. It's going to happen for me. And you know what? Life always happens to you, but just not in the ways that you want it to, because I said, I want to have a radio station. I have one. I want to be able to talk to people. I'm talking to people, It just doesn't look the same way, which I wanted. And that is the lesson you can take from each of these ladies is don't let fear stand in your way. You must be open to opportunities. So are there any girls here who have questions? Because I know there's some eager girls. There we go. Yes.
Thank you so much. So for someone who wants to pursue a career in animation, so where do I start? Because you mentioned a lot. So where can I start?
So I mean, I think, starting at an institution that offers something like that is no, I know, but I mean, look, I mean, I've known Boston for a long time, a lot of animation lecturers and things like this. So there's multiple options. Boston is a great option. It's not where I studied, but there are plenty of options available. And the nice thing is that what it does is it teaches you the principles of animation, because I think a lot of people also think that animation is just, moving something from point A to point B. But it's really not. It's, it is about the storytelling. It's about, when I say the principles of animation, there are sort of different things with regards to the movements and the way the characters move and the way objects move, and about telling a story, sometimes without words, just in movements and expression and the way that you act things out. I mean, even now, when I'm at work, the number of times I'll be explaining something to someone and I'll get up and start walking around and like gesturing and whatever, because that's how I think, because that's also what I studied, and it's very physical. It can be a very physical thing. You're not just sitting in front of a computer. You could teach yourself, but it's hard. I won't lie. Like, to have someone to actually be able to guide you and teach you those things is how you really sort of refine those skills.
Thank you. We have an online question for Innocencia and Mpumelelo. How worried should we be about the incoming of AI, especially looking at TV and graphic design inside? You actually brought up AI in Mpumelelo, and this is from Tiseleto from Zimbabwe.
Okay, I'll start on it. I'm glad she asked that question, because a lot of people would have been asking, how do I feel about this AI thing coming into it? AI is great. AI is easy, blah, blah, blah. But as a graphic design, from a graphic designer's perspective, I don't think it's necessarily going to take away graphic designers' jobs. You still need the skill. You still need the mindset, the creativity to prompt it, to tell it to do what it needs to do. And also, after you tell it and it creates whatever you asked it to create, you still need to make it even better. Try to be better than the AI. Tell it what to do. Then after that, make it even better than what it had created for you. That's where I think the AI thing is going. As much as everyone can probably just prompt anything, how much better can you make it after it has created something? I don't know.
So with AI, I don't know how many of you that's sitting in the room knows what prompt engineering is. Yeah. Who wants to take the question of what is prompt engineering here? There we go.
Why are you giving it to me? I hope I answer this one correctly. But so AI is a tool. On its own, AI cannot create anything. So I have to then put together whatever I want AI to create. So I'll sit there with my prompt. I want, let's say I want a chair with beautiful yellow butterfly wings that are probably made of diamonds and banana looking skin. I don't know that. So me writing that sentence, it's those keywords. So every word that I mentioned there, that's prompt engineering. I'm actually telling AI what I want so that it can try and create it. But without me, it wouldn't actually do anything. It would be just a tool that's just sitting there. So I, as the designer, still need to tell AI what it needs to do. Like every other thing that we use your phone, when you type your messages, it's still just a tool. It cannot do anything without you. So you're literally that person that's telling it what to do. So it's essentially just that. It can't do anything without us. So don't even be afraid of AI taking over anything. Without us, it really has no power.
So it's similar to predictive text. Everyone uses predictive text when you're typing on your phone. It just helps you finish your sentences, right? So basically that's what it is. Yeah.
And I think I want to challenge you, even if you're not going to go into graphic design and animation, use ChatGPT, which is the most commonly accessible one. Go in there and don't just say, write my homework for me. Go in there and say, create an image. Go say, create whatever you want to design, and there's other AI tools available as well, and you actually be very surprised with the images that comes up, you know. So don't be scared, don't be fearful. Do we have any questions from the back? Yes. Name and then the question.
Good morning. My name is Bunolo. My question is, what inspired you all to become a design, a graphic designer?
Okay, so what inspired you to become an animator, graphic designer?
On my side, I'll be honest, I wanted to go into making video games. That was actually always what I wanted to do from the time I was about 10. I wanted to make video games. I used to play a lot of video games, I still do. So when I'm very old. So when I finished studying, I didn't have an option of anything. Like there was nothing available that I could go and study to do that. So I did art just because I was a way to refine my art skill. And then just after I finished, Wits started offering an animation degree, a master's degree, which is what I then went and did. And while I was interning, or while I was doing my master's, they did a holiday internship at what at the time was South Africa's only video game company. And I went and did my internship at I Imagine Interactive. And after 3 days, I came home and said to my boyfriend, who's now my husband, yeah, I don't want to do that. And he was like, what do you mean? I've known you since high school. That's always what you've been wanting to do. I was like, I think I like the idea of doing it more than actually doing it. And then I decided I didn't really want to do that anymore. But I have still been very actively involved in the video game industry. And I have still always been a very visual person. And I like being able, like the beauty about my job is that really we tell stories, but we tell stories in like 30 seconds. So my job is to cut like the promos and the trailers that they put inside the television or whatever that you're watching that make you want to watch the other shows. That's what we do. And so you have to be able to grab someone's attention and tell a story in like 30 seconds. And I think a lot of it really comes down to storytelling. I like storytelling. And that informs a lot of what I do, whether it's, you know, animation, design, whatever. That's pretty much it.
Okay, thanks, Pippa. So for me, like I said, I wanted to be a fashion designer. Yeah. So it wasn't like I got an inspiration or anything. In high school, back in my day, I'm old too. Back in my day in high school, my mom asked me, so what's the plan? And I was like, I still like fashion design. So you see me drawing every day. She's like, no, girl, that's not going to happen. Back in those days, there was no real successful designer except for, I think, Gavin Raja or something. Yeah. So I was like, I don't know. Fortunately, there was a first year student of Boston Media House who was my neighbor. She lived like at the house back of our house. So she was doing first year journalism here at Boston Media, and I'm telling her, I'm like, my mom is giving me pressure. I don't know what to do. And then she's like, oh, we have like a graphics and animation at our school, so maybe you can try that. I'm like, what's that? She's like, watch Generations. And I know you guys probably don't know what Generations is, but that soap had guys that were in the advertising industry. And I watched it and I got to understand exactly what graphic design is. Not exactly, but kind of gave me a picture. And then yeah, I enrolled at Boston Media and studied graphic design. So not necessarily inspired, but I'm grateful that I got there. Yeah.
With me, I wanted to make my own books, and like I said, guess I love cereal that much. The Kellogg's and Rice Krispies box, I wanted to just draw. Is it Coco? Yes, the monkey. He was like, I'm so ashamed to even say this, but I was a big fan. So I really just wanted to draw Coco, and
Yeah, that's how I got into graphic design. Just wanted to make my own books, which I now do. I illustrate, and I design packaging and logos and a lot of things. So I think the inspiration is definitely from Coco.
So this is the part where we're actually going to be a little bit interactive. You got a pen and you have a notebook. So these ladies are going to quickly walk around, and I want to ask the people in our regions as well, draw your face as an avatar. How do you see yourself? And these ladies will be walking around and giving you guys tips. Don't worry, and the best one will get a fantastic prize. Fantastic. Good luck.
Karika, I think you need to tell them what an avatar is.
Do you think they don't know what an avatar is?
I don't know.
I think they can tell me what an avatar is. No, tell them what an avatar is.
You tell them,
An
Karika.
avatar is how you see yourself in the virtual world. So you
if
could
you
be
play
a
Roblox-
mermaid. You could be a butterfly. You could be a shark. You could be a person that has got 16 eyes. How do you see yourself? Only your face. Listen, if you're very creative, I ain't. You can draw your whole body as well, or you don't have to have a body. That's the fabulous thing about virtual world. You can see yourself however you want to see yourself. I And I'm walking around with a mic. So I'm going to be asking yourself, how do you see yourself? Don't worry, you can draw. Where are my brave kids? I don't see wings. Lots of faces, clouds. So, Papa, if you had to create an avatar for yourself, what would it look like?
It would probably look very video game. I really like pixel art, so like old school video game characters. So my stuff, that would be my choice.
In my mind, I look like Tomb Raider. But yourself.
What was the question? What would you look like? I definitely have like a third eye because I believe in that chakra alignment. So third eye, probably crazy hair like Pippa because I'm that corporate. Yeah, I'm that corporate. You see, I was looking at your profile pictures. Your other, yeah, I was stalking your Instagram. But yeah, like crazy blue hair, third eye, and rosy cheeks. Yeah.
I had to find a picture of my current avatar. It's chubby. It's short. He has, well, yeah, it's a he. He has two tiny eyes and a little cute smile. So that's what I look like. And I won't say I'm without clothing, but there are no clothes.
I want to see who's brave enough here. I saw your picture. This one, she's hiding. She's brave, this one. Quickly tell us, what are you drawing?
SpongeBob.
Do you see yourself as SpongeBob? Okay. Why do you see yourself as SpongeBob? It's because Numpumelelo spoke about SpongeBob.
She's sucking in the knowledge.
Yes, yes. Ah, look at that. Nice pictures. Right. Some people waiting for inspiration. Oh, we have a butterfly winner. Why did you choose a butterfly?
because a butterfly is shy. So I'm also shy. Yes.
It's very nice. Very nice. Here we've got a flower. Yeah. Why did you choose a flower?
Because I believe I blossom everywhere.
Let's say shine. Come on, guys, we're running out of time. We still need to choose a winner here. Ladies, our panelists will be walking around. They're also going to come give you guys some tips. So ask them questions. Ask them questions. No, there's no wrong or right. No wrong or right. And if we have any questions from our regional officers, please send through questions. We'll give you tips. Okay, guys, calling all the panelists back. I knew you guys weren't shy. You're just shy for me. So those of you that want to win a prize, I won't put you on the spot now to come and do it in front of the camera. But in lunch, if you want to come and give me your drawing and write your name and stuff, then the winning one will also post, and then we can get a prize to you. Unless we have somebody who's got lots of guts here, who's ready to share their avatar. Woo! Yo, okay. Come up, come up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Aya. No, I can only do 5, ne? Time limit. I'm sorry. Okay. Do a cue for me. Who's first? You first. Come, you first. Okay. Just stand so that they can see us on the camera. Okay. Okay. What we'll do is you're gonna share what you draw, and then you're gonna go show there the camera. Okay.
Hi, my name is Lengiwe. I drew animate of me, and because I love junk food, so I drew an animate that has the body of a beggar, that has 4 eyes, has bubble gum, and
His glasses are made of chips.
Thank you. Go show your picture there. Just give chance. Right, you must show the camera first. Otherwise, the camera can't see your picture. It's fine. Yeah. Okay, guys, the next one.
Hi guys, I'm Ayanda from Africa Tikkun. So what I drew is someone who controls the storm and thunder. I leave havoc whenever I'm provoked, basically.
Okay, next one. You ready?
Hi guys, my name is Jessica from Africa Tikkun. So I drew a character from Teen Titans, which is Raven. So her character basically describes me. Thank you.
Thank you. Go show your pic right there. Next.
Hi everyone, my name is Andiswa from Africa Tikkun. So I basically drew an anime game, video game. So I can't remember what video game is it, but in that game, I used to visualize the person as myself. So I visualized that person as a fighter. So I'm a go-getter of my dreams. Thank you.
Hi guys, I'm Ritabile from Sanad Park High School. I drew a set of boxes separated. So these boxes represent me trying to connect together and with a smile that I believe in myself and I can do this.
Wait. Okay, so the 5 brave souls who came up to share their pictures, you can pop me an email. You're going to win an afternoon with our animation and graphics lecturers. You're going to be working. You're going to get a little bit of a taste what they're doing this afternoon, but you only have 12 minutes with them. So those are guys who shared their pictures with me. You can pop me an email, capital C, small letter A-R, I-K-E at boston.co.za, and I will arrange an interactive afternoon for you guys. And you're going to see it's amazing because I know what's going to happen. You're all going to go on this tour and you're only going to have 12 minutes there, and then we have to pry you away from that computer. Guys, I just want to take this opportunity to thank our panelists, the amazing Pippa, the stunning Innocentia, and the fabulous Numpumelelo. And that wraps the session. Our next panel will start in 2 minutes. So for our next panel, we will be discussing advertising, marketing, and public relations. So first up, we have Letabo Kholane, Africa External Communications and Stakeholder Relations Lead at Deloitte Africa. Then we have Kamogela Patlane, Marketing Manager, Cradlestone Mall. And then online, we have Bongi Keswa, Marketing Manager of Flight Center. And what I have to say to you is these 3 are all BMH graduates. So let's start with you, Letabo. If you could maybe just give a brief overview of your career journey and what you actually do.
So I'll start with what I actually do in my current role, which is everything. So when you're in external comms, you basically are everything to everyone. I started my career at agency, really, Jacaranda FM. So I've done a little bit of everything. I've tapped into a lot of industries. So I've worked automotive, hospitality, FMCG, technology, telecommunications, financial services, and now I'm currently at Deloitte Africa, which is a professional services firm. But a lot of people think it's an auditing firm, but it's a lot more than that. And Deloitte Africa is number one.
Hi, as Karika said, my name is Kamogelo Patlane, and I'm the marketing manager at Cradlestone Mall. So just to give you a short background on my career, I studied advertising and marketing here. So when I initially came, I knew that I wanted to be in media, but not sure in what exactly. And I fell in love with advertising and marketing. Then I decided to focus on marketing. And when you're here in your first year, the lecturers kind of allude to what opportunities there are in the industry. So I already started researching on where I'm going to be and what I'm going to do in my first year already. So I knew that I wanted to be part of the SABC internship. So every year I kept checking how many people they took into the internships, what kind of careers they had, and what kind of students they kind of took. So while I was a student here at Boston, I volunteered in my first, up to my third year, I volunteered at different media houses and at agencies, so that by the time I apply for SABC, I already have a little bit of experience, just to give me that competitive edge, as the other lady mentioned. So I then got into the internship at SABC, and there I worked in education, at SABC Education, yeah. So I was part of the funding and partnerships department. And in funding and partnerships, we would gather sponsorships for the SABC education programs that the government does not fund. So our job was to find funding to get education content onto the screens for the little ones. And unfortunately, at the time, SABC couldn't absorb us because of the whole Saudi thing. So I ended up coming back to Boston and working here a bit in the admin department until I then got into a conference and events job, where we planned conferences at the Sandton Convention Center and as well as the Cape Town Convention Center. So what my role there was is that we conceptualize. So we'd write the plan from the beginning, you write the content of the event. So we produce the event from scratch. And I was in the marketing and the experience manager for that conference. So I decide on what color the show is. I decide on the lighting, the food, where the delegates sit, just the whole plan, the floor plan. And then you're there from the break up to the build down. And this takes quite some time. And then thereafter, I moved to other events companies. So for 5 years after I graduated, I wasn't finding permanent work. And this used to kind of stress me until I did a bit of research into shopping centers, because there was a time I had a complaint actually at a mall, and that's when I found that there's center management office. And I was like, okay, I want to work in the center management office. What do you guys do here? Asked the receptionist, and she explained just the different departments and what it takes to run a center. So I then applied at Dobsonville Mall initially, because that's where I was living at the time. So I applied at Dobsonville Mall, didn't get a reply. And I went to the office and I said, can I please speak to the center manager? And I explained to him that, look, I'm a marketing graduate and I can do everything that you guys have listed here. I've applied, but I'm not getting a reply. So can we? And then he was like, okay, sure. We have interviews next week. Come on this day. And that's how I landed my first retail management job, the first retail marketing job. Yes. So Tato took a chance on me, and that's where I got my career started. Because initially I was just doing jobs, and yeah, now I'm at Cradlestone Mall, and I'm in charge of. I plan the strategy for the center, and I also make sure that we execute the strategy. So I don't work alone. There's 5 of us in the team. So I had a team of 5 people, and there's the guest relations officers, which greet and meet people at the center. And there's also a sales manager, which I work with implementing the events, stakeholder relations, and I work with the tenants in the stores. So all the shop managers and whatnot, I speak to them on a daily to try and make sure that the mall is at the level that it should be at. So if a store is not doing their part, I'm the one who will go to them and say, look, you need to do better. And then on a monthly, I report to the owners of the center. Thank you.
Feel like we just quickly connecting to Bongi, all the way from Australia. Bongi, can you quickly share your career journey with us briefly? Hello, briefly. Hello, briefly. Hello.
Thank you so much for having me. My name is Spongile Keswa, and I am currently the marketing manager for Flight Center. We are a travel agency taking care of both corporate and leisure travel. So, how my journey began, I was actually in a taxi one day, and I heard a Boston Media House ad on radio, and from there, it instantly felt like a place for me. And I actually got into a taxi the very next day, went to Joburg, and I applied. I applied, then later registered, and that was probably one of the most defining moment where that started shaping my career. I really wanted to be a writer in any shape or form, although my mother wanted me to be an accountant. I was inspired by radio telenovelas, and eventually that was something that I wanted to go into, but it became a pipe dream. I studied in first and second year advertising, PR, marketing, radio, but then I majored in journalism. Um, Although I didn't get to work in journalism while I was still at Boston Media House, I volunteered at VT radio station as a newsreader and writer at the time, and then tried my luck with Vernac News, and that is how far I got with that. And then after that, Karika actually in September 2011 called us into her office with a friend, and then offered us an opportunity at Match World, which was a division of Prime Media Sports at the time. And we were going to start the following week. So that's how it all started, where I fell in love with marketing. We went there as interns, started doing social media. So we did anything from copywriting to packing goodie bags for events. And then we had this internship for 3 months, worked with really amazing brands, Veet, Sansui, and Absa Curry Cup at the time. And this opportunity changed the trajectory of my career and actually made me passionate about marketing. And that's how I started focusing on marketing. Following that, I spent 2 to 3 years in small agencies. And then from there, I got an opportunity at CISPRO, where I became a social media specialist. And from there, spent 3 years there, learned a lot. The goal there was to try to move to a global business. And that opportunity, then after that, I moved to Flight Center, and I've been here for 7 years. I joined as a digital marketing specialist, and then worked my way to a digital marketing manager, and now went from a team of 4 to 12, and now I'm the marketing manager at Flight Center, taking care of anything basically from writing to blogs, making sure that all our social media is amazing, and then doing radio campaigns. So everything that I learned at Boston Media House, really putting it into practice.
Studied. So, ladies, what is the biggest lesson you have learned in your career so far that you would like to share with the girls? In a sentence. She was a top student, so I can put her under pressure.
Not everything is what it seems. I think that's what I've learned, and particularly in our line of work is that things change all the time, and you need to be adaptable. So as people adapt and change, you also need to adapt and change the way that you do things in order to stay relevant. And If you don't, you run the risk of really becoming redundant. So your brand doesn't grow with the people. You as an individual don't grow, and you also become redundant in your specific role. And Bongi and Gamo are in marketing, whereas I'm in external communications and stakeholder relations. They've got money. I don't have money. So they get budgets to do all the cool things that are amazing. And as communicators, we don't get any budget whatsoever. You have to fight tooth and nail to get a little bit of that budget to do something, because we are heavily reliant on your skill as a communicator and your relationships in order to do the work that you need to do. And because that you're relying on your skill, it means that you need to be ever learning. So if you are not ever learning, even after school, then udurang, basically. So, and when I say learning, it's not necessarily going back into a classroom, because a lot of the learning happens in the workplace. I haven't gone back to a classroom. I think when I graduated, I was like, I'm done. I'm not going back to school. School's not for me. I'm done. So I do a lot of my learning in different ways. So I learn by engaging with different colleagues at work. I learn by engaging with my colleagues in the industry. Kamwe and I were in the same class. So I do a lot of my learning about people on social media. So I'm not a social media fan as an individual, but I can tell you as a communicator, a lot of my lessons come from social media. TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, because you learn Facebook behavior, you learn people behavior, and what people are conversing about based on what people are discussing on social media. So that helps me to become a better communicator. But really, that lesson is not everything is always what it seems, you know. And there's always and I think because I'm seeing I think one thing I want to say, and I think it comes off a meeting that I just had, is there are a lot of young Black women in this room. And when you enter the corporate space, there's not room for you. So you have to create that space and that room for yourself. So you come into the workplace thinking that I'm just going to get in there, I can do this thing, and I'm going to be successful. There's a lot of fighting that you have to do every single day to fight for your space in that boardroom, to fight for your space in that workplace. So I want to pop that bubble that it's going to be a smooth sailing. It's not going to be smooth sailing. There's a lot of fighting that you have to do. You have to work 2-3 times harder than your counterparts just to get that little bit of attention and recognition, or for them to see that you're actually capable. Because I've walked into rooms, not at my current employer, but I've worked into rooms where I was the only Black person in the room. And I've worked in places where when I walked in, the assumption is I don't know what I'm talking about. And people talk over you and they don't want to listen to you. And then when you do actually showcase, because I'm a person of, okay, you don't believe me, I'll show you what I'm capable for, and I'll let my work speak for me. But sometimes it's not like that in corporate. It's the people that speak the loudest that go further. But you also need to be able to do what you do and do it well, and to do it excellently, so that you're killing that notion that this Black girl, they don't know what they're doing, you know, and whatever they do is subpar. We're incredible. There's Black girl magic. We're exceptional at what it is that we do, and so it's having that at the back of your mind, that you're gonna have to work twice as hard as your counterparts, you know, and there's this notion that when you do actually express your opinion and you showcase that I can do this thing, then you're seen as aggressive. And it's for women actually across the board, not just Black women, but white women. As a Black woman, when I'm being assertive, I'm seen as aggressive. And then when my white female counterparts, they are called the B word, you know, but like the male counterparts are assertive. I know Lola was strong, he knows what he's talking about. But as women, we're seen as opinionated, we are seen as aggressive, we're emotional, we're this, we're that. So it's just really, that's what I want to get across when I say it's not always what it seems, you know, out there. And please take off your rose-colored glasses. You know, it's quite tough out there. But that's not to say that you're not incredible, because I can tell you now, the fact that you guys are here now, you've made the decision that you're going to be the best version or the best person in your family. You are going to break that generational curse and you're going to be that success. Because when I think about myself, no one can believe me now when I say that I'm a daughter to a single parent who was a domestic worker. And at one point, we were homeless. We had, when I say homeless, I don't mean we didn't have a home of our ours. I mean we're literally living on the streets. That's what I mean by homeless. But here we are today. It means that we are unstoppable. If you make that decision for yourself and you are clear about what it is that you want to achieve as an individual and the life that you want to live. If you tell yourself, there was one of the ladies here with an avatar who said, I've got the smile because I'm reminding myself that I can do this. You need to continuously remind yourself because there are going to be people that are going to tell you otherwise. But you have to continuously tell yourself, more, I'm here, this is what I'm going to do, and I'm going to be excellent at it, and I'm going to excel, and I'm talking about next. Like, you're not going to tell me otherwise. I know myself. So that's essentially what I want to say. I know it wasn't a sentence, Garika, but
Okay, so I don't only have like one lesson that sticks out to me. There are three things that I've learned, but I'll keep it short. So so I've learned that you can't say things are not going according to plan if you don't have a plan. You need to know your worth. This is salary wise, and do your research. And also, you need to be a team player. So if you have a plan, it's easy to say, this is what I'm going to do next. So whenever you're in a situation, you need to sit and think of ways to get yourself out of that situation if it's a bad situation. And if you're in a good situation, you need to think about how you're going to maintain that. So you need to think, what I'm doing now, is it taking me towards where I want to be in the next 5 years or when I want to be next week even? So you can't do things today that are taking you further away from where you want to be tomorrow. So you need to stick to your plan. And if your plan is not working, you need to change it and change it quickly so that you stay on the trajectory that you hope to get to. And then knowing your worth is when you start working, your employers are going to try and get a lot out of you for a little. And you need to be able to have boundaries, but obviously within limits. So if you know that, for example, I give an example. I've been asked to manage, I was managing one mall. They asked me to manage two more malls, but for nothing. So I said, oh, okay, so you want to give me the two malls, but for zero. And you know for sure that owners of malls pay for marketing. So who's going to get that salary for the two other malls where I'm doing the work for one mall? So I'm not saying give me 100% of what I'm currently getting. Say 20% for each mall so that it makes sense for me because my time is going to change and I'm going to be away from my family a little bit more and I need to manage my time differently. So you should be able to speak up and say, look, that's not going to work for me. I need to be remunerated accordingly. And if they say, no, there's no budget now, the budget is only in April, then they will give you the two malls in April. So you need to be able to speak up for yourself in that sense and check what the market salaries are. So let's say you're applying for a certain job and you don't know how much you're supposed to get. Search marketing manager salary in Johannesburg. If the salary is 10 Rand, but they're offering you 3 Rand, you know, you must just say to them, look, I would like 7 Rand, or I'd like 8 Rand, or actually ask for 12 Rand. And then they will go down to 10 Rand. So you shouldn't be afraid. No matter how young you are or how inexperienced you are, there is market rates and you need to get what you deserve. Because there's colleagues who earn 10K, others earn 20K, but they're doing the same thing. And it's that negotiation thing. You need to be able to know what you're worth in that sense. And then in terms of team player, as a marketing manager, I will sometimes sweep the floor at an event because this needs to be set up now. And I can't sit there and wait for 15 minutes for a cleaner to come and make sure it's fine. So I will take a broom. If I'm the only person that's free, I will take a broom and I will sweep that floor to make sure that my event is what it looks like. Because at the end of the day, when there's people who come, they won't say, oh, the floor is dirty, a cleaner didn't come. No, it's Kamogelo, what are you doing? Why is it so dirty here? Or I can see that my team is failing in something. My colleague needs to do something. I won't throw my colleague under the bus because at the end of the day, it's a team effort. So if you feel like, no, I'm not going to do sales, that's not my job. No, it's your job because you're in this team. And it's your job to make sure that whatever we're working on succeeds. So if you can see that someone else is not coping or they're not managing, help them. If you need help, ask for help. Because now if you're drowning alone, the whole team will fail. So that's what I've noticed. And there's some people who will not lift a finger because it's not in their job description. And I'm not obviously saying put yourself under abuse because there are some people who are abusive like that. But if it's within reason, you can see that this is something that will help our objective, because at the end of the day we all have there's objectives that they measure you in, and if you can see that something is happening that's going to cause us to steer from what we're trying to do, you need to be the person to step up and do what needs to be done. And that's also how you get promoted at times, because when we get jobs, we all graduated, we all can do the basic job. But in order to be promoted to a senior marketing manager, or from marketing coordinator to marketing manager, you need to just do that little extra mile and be that person that stands out. So if you're the one that's going to say, no, that's not my job, you will stay in that job for 10 years because you're not willing to do what needs to be done to be a leader. So ladies, even now at school, when you do projects, don't you are in the project. So if you feel like someone is not pulling their weight, speak to them. If not, you do it so that you get the grade that you need. But if you're just going to sit back and be like, no, that's not my portion, then you'll get a 60 instead of an 80. And that's not how life works. So yeah, those are the 3 lessons that I have.
I don't know if we can cross to Bongi so she can just share her lessons.
Oh, hello. So I completely agree with Kamgelo. I think biggest lesson, completely agree with being a team player. Hello. Okay. So I completely agree with Kamogelo. Being a team player is, I think, one of the biggest things, like being a great team player in marketing, as Kamogelo was also saying, that we do everything. We do, as a marketing manager, in eventing, particularly when we have to sweep the floor, we have to sweep the floor. When we have to put a gazebo for an event, we put up a gazebo, regardless of which position you may be in. Being easy to work with as well. It's such an underrated flex, but it is something that is necessary and that will help you propel in your career. And I'm not saying, be a pushover, but just be easy to work with. Be easy to work with your team members, with management, and but still maintain boundaries. And then the second one, get a mentor. I realized this 3 years into my career, and it's benefited me from the time I realized that I needed a mentor. And sometimes you will, as you go in your journey, outgrow your mentor. But it's always so important to have a mentor to help you through either corporate situations or whether you're an agency or you're in corporate or wherever you land up being. But having a mentor and somebody that will guide you through different steps of your career as you go. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ashley and I'm from Katikun. So my question is directed to anyone who can answer it actually. So, in your opinion, how can women in media support each other in overcoming industry challenges?
So how can women in media support each other and overcome challenges?
You want to take it? Okay, so I'll take that one because it's quite an interesting one, and I have that question myself every day. In terms of how do we support each other, and it's one of the things that come to mind is mentioning each other's names in rooms where your counterpart is not in the room. So and what I mean by that is if I'm in a room with an opportunity that I cannot take, then I'm in the position to recommend my colleague Gamu and say, no, I can't do it, but definitely Gamu can do it. So it's mentioning your counterparts in a room where they're not present. And it's also learning from each other, sharing resources, sharing opportunities. It is also, and learning from each other is important because you're not an island, because teamwork not only applies to your team that you work in, but it also applies to the industry at large because PR, marketing, and advertising are very small industries and everybody knows everybody. Trust me. So it is a matter of you are leveraging skills that you might not have from your other female counterparts that are in the industry. That is how you lift each other up and you help each other out. Just yesterday, I had an ex-colleague ask me to send them a plan or an optimization plan that was done because they need to do something similar and they hadn't done one before. I could have easily said, oh, okay, you can figure it out yourself. But I shared it because that's how we help each other grow and learn. And it's not stifling each other. And I think that's something that we need to learn as Black women, to not want to be the token Black, or not want to be the only one at the top and not give other people an opportunity. Because I subscribe by, what is it? Rise and lift. Ne? Yes. So as you rise up, you need to lift others behind you, because what is preventing us from moving forward is the fact that when somebody succeeds, they don't want to share the opportunities with those that are coming behind them. And they don't want to lift those that are coming behind them. And it's so important, no matter where you are on the ladder, to pull the person behind you up with you. And it's also about an ecosystem. Building an ecosystem that includes people from different parts of life. You won't believe that the people that have invested me in the most, actually not Black people. A white woman, Claire, if she's here. She's running. Yes. And one of my first boss, and outside of Claire, the first person that gave me my opportunity was a woman called Caroline Hillary, because she believed in women supporting women. She's a white woman, and she gave me that opportunity, my first opportunity. And you want to know who else? People that encouraged me to have my voice and to be assertive. There wasn't a Black woman, but it was a white man. A white Afrikaans man couldn't say three, but would say free. Yeah. Like Garika here, yeah. Right? It was an Afrikaans white man who gave me that opportunity to sit in a boardroom and to have my voice heard and to consistently encourage me to get my voice heard. And I can tell you now that in my career, if I have to think about the Black women that have empowered me, I have to think quite a bit, because I can't pinpoint a Black woman who has actually helped me. But I can tell you of everybody else, which is unfortunate. And I think we are in the Gamo Boingi on the call. We are in that
position now to change things and give you guys the opportunity and to empower you and lift you guys. And when you get up the ladder, you need to do the same for those that come after you. It's a chain reaction, basically.
I want to ask you that how do you deal with someone who doesn't want to be in a team but always wants to shine?
It's your question.
Okay. So sometimes this does happen. Actually, I've dealt with this before personally, where there was a team member who wasn't keen on being a team member, and sometimes people throw each other under the bus. So what I do is I'd literally have conversations with the person and explain. I like to illustrate, like I like to tell you, if you do this, this is going to happen. And if you do this is going to happen. Which outcome do you prefer? So once something that we don't prefer happens, I sit down with the person who's done it and I say, look, this is the situation and I don't want to see this again. And next time, this is what we're going to do. And this is what I appreciate from you. Or we're going to continue having these conversations until we don't. So it's just to really talk to someone and tell them how their actions are affecting the team and you, if you're the person who's supposed to be leading that team, and just openly communicate and explain to them why they need to do certain things and not behave the way they do. Because sometimes people don't know. Honestly, some people don't know that what they're doing is wrong. So that's why you need to communicate with them and explain, if they do it a different way, what the possible outcome might be.
So, yeah, you're going to come across people that skate through life and don't want to participate or become team players. I've had quite a few of those, and I'm in a position now where I manage a team Africa-wide. So I've got team members in East and West Africa. And so it means that you're dealing with different personalities and you're dealing with the people that receive communication in different manners. And I'm a people person. So for me, it's a matter, I think for me, it's firstly, let's understand what's the problem before I assume that you are just lazy, right? So it's firstly understanding, why are you not participating? What is preventing you from being a team player? Because from that answer, you can then determine how best to deal with that individual. If it's just a matter of, I'm lazy, this is not my job, I'm not going to do it, then it's then encouraging that person to understand that, as Gamo was saying, we're part of a team. If you don't pull your weight, this ship sinks, right? We all have an equal role to play in the success of this particular project or this particular activity. And if you don't play your role, we are all going to be negatively impacted. And it's helping people understand that you're not an island. Like they say, if you want to go faster, go alone. But if you want to go further, you need to go together. And it's helping people understand that. But first, it's understanding, why are you not pulling your weight, number one? And then helping that person understand why it's important to pull their weight. Because you will come across those kind of people in all walks of life, everywhere. Even at the mokete at home, you're going to get that one cousin who's not going to participate, right? And you are the one who's running around in the sun with the chicken head because your cousin doesn't want to do anything. So it's in all walks of life, but it's really just understanding, number one, why.
Thank you so much. Any other questions? Yes.
Hi, my name is Sibusisiwe. What happens if you talk to that person and doesn't listen, but instead get even more worse?
Okay, I'll give you an insight. I've had a situation like that. So I'd like to believe I'm a compassionate leader, number one, but also I'm assertive leader. I know what I want and what I don't want, right? And I've had a situation like that. When I used to work for one of the telecommunications companies, I had a team member that would sit at the office and watch Real Housewives of Potomac the whole day and not do their work, right? And remember, I said that I would talk to that individual. I want to understand what's wrong. And every day it's a new story. And then what really got to me was the fact that after payday, guy is AWOL. And when you call this guy, how, my guy, where are you? I'm in Villa Villa. What are you doing in Villa Villa when we work here in Johannesburg, right? And whenever we had to have a deadline, guy would miss deadline all the time. And I always say to my team members that if you don't understand something, the best thing is come to me before you attempt anything and let me help you understand before you do something. And then later we realize that you were doing the wrong thing because you've wasted your time and I wasted my time, right? I tried to have that conversation with the guy, Mujolo this, Mujolo the pandemic, right? That is why this guy is not participating. And I then realized that, no man, talking to this guy is not helping. He then spoke about mental health issues, and you have to take people seriously when they talk about mental health issues. So what is the next step? I then assisted getting my colleague the assistance that he needed, counseling, psychology, the resources that are available to the organization. Did it change behavior? No, because guess what? Come 26th of the month, guy, AWOL. Where are you? I'm in Nelspruit. What are you doing in Nelspruit, my guy? So then I realized that no, man, this guy is not really participating and is not a team player. I've spoken to them, they don't understand. I fired the guy. Because you can't put up with that kind of behavior all the time, because the impact is on the full team. Because of that one individual, it impacts the rest of the team because somebody else has to pick up the weight of that particular individual. And in this case, it was me. I have to pick up the weight of this individual, or somebody else now can't go home at 4 o'clock to go deal with their children because they have to pick up this guy's mess because he's not participating. It really does impact the team, and I had to make a decision. Do I keep this guy or do I let him go? And I decided to fire the guy because how's the rest of the life,
Thank you. Bongi also wants to answer us from Australia. She has some input on your question as well.
Hi. So, in instances where I've faced similar situations, so I've had a bit of a bitter story, where the individual would not even after a talk, they still wouldn't either participate in a team environment. So basically, we do, particularly flight center, we do have options like to either put the person on performance management, but also identifying maybe the person, in this instance, the person wasn't much of a team player, or rather couldn't work in teams. So identifying other opportunities within the business where maybe the person might be in a bit of a more solo role where they don't have to be interacting with a lot of team members. So sometimes it may be a case of maybe somebody doesn't participate because they either don't know how, or they're an extreme introvert. And sometimes it's just identifying a role that might be suited for the person to be able to thrive. And in my instance, when the person moved over to a position where they didn't require a lot of teamwork, the person thrived in what they were doing. So sometimes, you might have conversations with the person, and then they may try, but sometimes when the personality doesn't allow, sometimes it will look like they're slacking, but then sometimes they need to be in a role where they'll be working more solo, but still interact with other people from time to time. So that's been my experience.
What you said, because we lost Bongi again.
Hello, I'm still here. Hello. So basically what I was saying is that I've been in instances where similar situation, but it turned out to be a good news story where the person, it turned out that they actually needed to be in a position where they worked more in like sort of a solo role. So we identified a position for them to be able to work more alone and not as much in a team. And they started thriving. So sometimes it may be a personality thing where you as a leader will have to identify that maybe they're just not the type of person to thrive in a team. And sometimes they might be disruptive because they don't have that type of personality. So even though you've had discussions, it's just about identifying also what type of personalities people might have to be and place them in the right positions to allow them to thrive. Thank you. Hope you could hear me this time.
And Bongi for coming to share their experience and their advice. And I hope to see all of you in the PR classroom. This is the other lady that's the PR that they've been talking about the whole day. Thank you so much. So when you girls were on your tea break outside, you saw that there were 2 exhibition stands, and we're going to start off with Vela personnel. Who's just quickly going to give a brief overview of their services.
I have to say it's a very interesting discussion that you guys had, and somehow it's going to be aligned to the sort of services that we offer. Can you hear me? Can everybody hear me? Okay, so you heard what I said, right? You didn't? Okay, so I'm going to repeat. It was a very interesting topic of discussion from the previous speakers, and what I'm going to be discussing today, you're going to see that it's very much aligned to what they offer and what we offer. But before I start, good afternoon to every one of you. I'd like to thank GGA and Boston Media House for the invitation and giving us this opportunity to present to all the students today. Students, what I'd like to start off with is by acknowledging your presence, your strength, and your courage. Each one of you is already a success story because you're here taking steps towards building your future. When I was asked to present our company and the services we offer, I thought, where do I start? There's just so much to say, and there's so much that I would like to share with so little time. So I decided to break it down to what's key to our business, who we are, what we do, and what impact we have made in the community. My name is Segni. I am the director and founder of Vela Personnel. With me here today are my 2 right hands. Nadia, who is our talent manager, and she also leads our Inspiring Women Empowerment Program, of which I will share with you more about shortly. We also have Malishka, who plays a vital role as our talent administrator and coordinator for the Women Empowerment Program. About our company, Vela Personnel is a boutique agency founded in 2008. It started from a small home office and is now proud to celebrate 16 years of industry experience with our offices based in Sunninghill. We are a 100% Black women-owned organization and a level 1 contributor. My team is made up of seasoned and dedicated consultants or talent specialists, an industrial psychologist, administrators, and a social media specialist. We provide tailored HR services with a core focus on talent acquisition. Our offerings include recruitment on all levels, psychometric assessments, interview coaching, biometric and pre-employment verifications, and training, among others. We service various industries in South Africa, such as pharmaceutical and healthcare, banking and fintech, engineering and manufacturing, among others. I can confidently stand here and say that my team is driven by passion, professionalism, ethical standards, and commitment, which reflects our vision and mission while fostering a genuine connection with those that we serve. I'm excited to share our Women Empowerment Program, which is a work readiness program called Matla Basagi. But before I take you through this program, I'd like to ask you with a show of hands, how many of you here are in your final year of studies? Are you still young? So, all right, no, that's fine, but you are going to obviously get there. You're going to complete your qualification. You're going to get your certificates, your diplomas, your degrees. And then, of course, this program is going to be very, very beneficial to you. Okay, so stay tuned. It's very interesting. It's a wonderful program that we offer. And at some point in time, it will benefit you. We encourage you to take part. We encourage you to register. And of course, if not you, please share this empowerment program with friends and family members. And listen, the word gets around as well. So we ideally target, as I mentioned initially, we ideally target students that have already graduated because this is going to benefit them. Okay, so for those that don't know, the program, as I mentioned, is called Matla Basadi. It's a women empowerment program. It's a workplace readiness program. For those that don't know, Matla means empower, and Basadi means woman. Okay, so it makes sense why we are targeting women only. Okay. I have to say that, we're very passionate about this program. A great deal of time was actually spent in selecting the ideal name for this program. This initiative is designed to support female tertiary graduates from disadvantaged groups by providing valuable opportunities to prepare for interviews and helping them overcome challenges in entering the workplace. Practical skills, mentoring and networking are very important. This course offers qualifying candidates specialized exercises to assess and enhance their strengths, address weaknesses, broaden their knowledge, and equip them with the confidence and skills in order for them to succeed in their interviews. Okay? The program is designed as a one-day on-site workshop offering an intensive and focused experience for participants. Psychometric assessments are conducted, and the feedback is provided to every individual that's actually registered and assessed. The session is concluded with a motivational speaker, a prominent motivational speaker, and a certificate of attendance is issued at the end of the program. Candidates walk away with a wealth of knowledge, skills, and practical insights that they can apply. This program actually inspired us by our candidates. The candidates that used to come through for interviews or briefing sessions within the company have actually told us, this program is amazing. Why don't you offer it as an opportunity to all students that are graduating? Because what happens? When you qualify, you've got this wonderful qualification, this wonderful degree or diploma, and now you need to apply for a job. So do you know how to go? Do you know what it is like? It's very intimidating, let me tell you. With over 30 years industry experience, I am still intimidated when I'm being interviewed. All right. So this program actually helps you to gain confidence, to answer the right questions. And what is the right question? You may think it's the right answer, but to the recipient, is it the right answer? We don't know and you don't know. Okay. So take advantage of this. And you know what? You may now want to take advantage of this. Ideally, as I mentioned to you, is for those that graduate. But please, share this. Share this with people that will benefit. Okay, our mission is not only to empower individuals and organizations through tailored HR solutions, but our team also passionately participates and plays an active role in supporting local charities. I would say in any given month, as a team, we dedicate at least 8 hours of our time, focusing on initiatives for the homeless, retirement villages or village, baby sanctuaries, and feeding schemes, including partnering with Palesa Pads Foundation to provide free reusable sanitary pads to disadvantaged schoolgirls, and the My Walk Foundation, or the initiative, which provides children from underprivileged communities with brand new school shoes made from 100% recycled material. Our dedicated team is passionate about making a positive impact in the community. We invite you to join us as we continue to innovate and inspire. Our banners are put up. We've got one here, I see, and there's one outside as well. Please feel free to scan our code. If you want to know more about Vela Personnel and the services that we offer, and also about the Matlab Asadi program, please register, go through our website, also follow us on the different social media platforms, because we are continuously updating our platforms on our services and what we have to offer. We'll be here for the next hour or so, and if you have any questions, feel free to come up to us and ask us. We're happy to assist.
Thank you. Our next sponsor, Palesa Pads. Do you need help? Yes. Yes. Exactly. This is a demonstration. So now you need to wake your wakey there. Shake the hair about.
Okay, hi ladies. My name is Simpiwe. I work for a company called Palesa Pads. We manufacture and distribute reusable, washable sanitary pads. I'm not alone. I'm here with my colleague Unogwazi, and I'm just basically here to tell you about the product. So we are still a small company that is based in Mayerton, all the way in Bedfall, and unfortunately, we cannot afford to give these pads out for free. So we get sponsors such as Vela Personnel who buy these pads from us so that ladies can get them for free, basically. So yeah, thank you so much, Vela Personnel. Right. So I'm going to show you. Thank you. So I'm going to do a very, very practical demonstration on how to wash, use, and take care of the pads, okay? Now, I'm used to addressing primary school and high school learners. I know that we've got some in our midst, so I'm very happy about that. If I do get too practical, please just just go with the flow, okay? Right, so what are Palesa pads? Palesa pads are washable, reusable sanitary pads that come in 4 different sizes, which are color-coded to help you choose the correct size for your flow. So you get your pink one, which we call the mini pad, and you could use this as your panty liner. You've got your green one over here, which is for it's your midi pad, which you could use for your regular flow. The blue one is called the maxi pad, which you could use for your heavy flow. And then the last one is the black one, which you call the mega pad, which you could use for extra heavy flow or for nighttime use. So do you see the 4 different sizes as I explaining, right? And how they color coded to help you choose the correct size for your flow. Now, let's take a look at our pad. So the front side of our pad is called the absorbent layer. And the absorbent layer of our pad it's basically shown with the 2 lines on the sides, okay? It is made out of a sports fabric, which is designed to draw moisture away from your body, and it does not let it back, so that you have a stay dry feeling all day. In other words, what do I mean? This is a cloth pad. You can see that it's a cloth pad, right? And obviously your blood is going to be here on your absorbent layer, and you're asking yourself, but am I not going to feel the wetness or the moisture of my blood? The answer is you won't. The material here used specifically gives you a stay dry feeling, so it takes away that moisture of your blood. If you look inside your pad, you'll notice that there are multiple layers of absorbent fabric which have been stitched together with good quality thread to ensure that these pads last you for many years. Then the back part of the pad, which is the most important part of the pad, is called the waterproof layer. And the waterproof layer, you'll notice that there's a bit of a shine to the fabric, okay? Now this is a plastic that has been bonded onto your pad to make sure that you never leak through your pad. So yes, your blood will be here on your absorbent layer, but you'll never see it coming out through your waterproof layer. And that's why it's there. All right. Now I'm going to show you how to put your pad onto your panty. We all own a pair of underwear, right? Well, I'm about to put mine on. Right, so you've got your underwear on. Now, Palesa pads works best with underwear similar like this. Your thongs, your G-strings, they don't really work as best. Trust me. Okay, so this is your best bet, right? So when you get home, just feel the two different sides to the pad. You'll notice that your absorbent layer has a soft, gentle texture to it. Okay, so this is the side that should go against your body. The waterproof layer has a rough texture to it, so that's the side that should go against your panties. So you take your panty, right? Fold the weight of your panty around your panty, and you keep it closed just like that. Right before your other ordinary panty. Okay, and then our pants come with two snaps. So if you want your panties to tighter, you can then clip onto the second snap, which is what I'm about to do right now. And then you just place your pants nice into your panty. You slip your panties on. And as you can see, it sits just like any other ordinary pad that you used to, right? It's just that balesa pads are far more comfortable. You can wear the pad for up to 8 to 12 hours. However, if you do have a heavy flow, I suggest that you change it at least more than once a day for hygiene purposes. In fact, that's what I always tell the ladies at the schools that I visit. Let's normalize changing our pad at least more than once a day for hygiene purposes. So as time goes by, your pad does get full. How will you know that your balesa pad is full? It's simple. You'd notice that your blood would usually start creeping towards the edges of your pad. But just because that is happening, it does not necessarily mean that you're going to leak onto your clothes or you're going to leak onto your panty. No, it's just to indicate to you that your pad is full, so it's time for you to change it. So what do you do when changing your pad? Again, it's very simple. You step inside your bathroom cubicle, you remove your underwear. Your blood is going to be here on your absorbent layer. You're not even going to necessarily touch. What you can do is that you can just grab it right here by your waist. You unclip it, you fold it back, take it like this, and you close like that. You take it and long up, they'll go to the head, put on the thing that I showed you, then you take the pen, now, I know the other thing you're probably asking yourself is, you're not experiencing smell, vibration, friction, whatnot. Okay, the answer is with balesa pads specifically, you will not experience those problems. I can actually tell you why. Okay. Sorry, so with disposable pads are often made out of recycled materials. Okay? And these recycled materials are often chemically treated to sanitize those pads. Now, the reason why we experience foul smells, irritations, skin irritation, infections, it's actually all in the products that we are using. There's also this conception that our period blood is dirty. There's actually nothing wrong with our period blood. The product that we are using is what's affecting our blood and all that. Okay. So with balesa pads, we do not use any chemicals inside our pads. That's why we guarantee you that you will not experience any smells, any infections, any irritations. I stand here, I'm a user of balesa pads too. So is Nogwazi, the rest of our factory staff, as well as the CEO. All right, but anyway, now it's after work, after school, it's time for you to wash your pad. What do? We like recommending getting a bucket or container similar to this. If you can, that's great. Then what you do is you fill it up with cold water. You don't have to fill it up to the brim. A quarter of water will do the trick. Then you take your washing powder. Doesn't have to be this washing powder specifically. Any washing powder that you have at home will do the trick. Take some, you sprinkle inside your water. Give your water a nice gentle shake just to get the foam up. You then take your soiled pad, you unclip it, and you soak it inside your water, but with the soiled side facing upside down. And you soak it for up to an hour. Okay, and as that time passes by, you'll realize that when you take your pad out from the water, there's literally close to nothing left. There'll probably be a clot here, probably a clot there. That's not an issue at all. What you do is then you take your green bar. We recommend using green bar specifically to wash your pads. We try to not recommend perfume soaps because they mess up your pH balance and they just cause unnecessary infections. So green bar onto your pad and you give it a nice gentle wash. Now the nice thing about these pads is that they are stain resistant, so it's very easy to keep them clean. They don't stain. Okay, right. Then once you're done, you take the water, you throw it out in the toilet, you rinse your bucket or your container, you pour cold, clean water, and then it's time for us to rinse. So usually these kits come with a reusable bottle of white spirit vinegar. Now this is your normal fish and chips vinegar, okay? And what the vinegar does is that it basically kills the bacteria inside and out. So we just bring old age solutions back to like modern life again, right? But now you're not going to pour the entire bottle inside your bucket. A little bit, like a teaspoon will do. Add inside your water, you rinse your pads, and then you bring them out. Now, as you bring them out, pay careful attention to the water that runs out from your pads. If the water is a bit brownish or discolored, please wash them again. If the water is transparent and clear, that means your pads are clean on the inside and out, so you can then hang them out to dry. The drying process is also very simple and easy. What you can do is that you can use the very same clips on your pads and snap your pads into one another, like this, going all the way down. And you can either hang them outside in the sun. If you do hang them outside in the sun, about an hour maximum will do the trick. If you want to hang them inside your bathroom or your bedroom, just open the windows and make sure that the area is well ventilated. Once your pads are dry, you can pack them away, and then you're ready to use them again. And it's as simple as that, right? Now, I know some people don't like hand washing. Some choose to wash them in the washing machine. That's also perfectly fine. I also do that. I think just before, though, you put them in your washing machine, rather soak them and give it time so that the blood can just come off from the pad, and then you can just toss them in the washing machine and wash them. And it's as simple as that. Thank you so much.
Amazing. We are closing off with Khale from New York. She's an award-winning poet, actress, speaker, and presenter. Yeah, she had to get up really early for this. Yeah. Okay. While we're connecting, we just want to take this time to say thank you to our sponsors. So the headline sponsors are Boston Media House, Good Governance Africa, Mail of Guardian. Let's give a round of applause to them.
But were they introducing you? Sound like they said a presenter from New York.
You can start. Okay, perfect. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and leaders. It truly is such an honor to be able to engage with you all today. Let me first begin by saying Happy International Day of the Girl Child. This day is one that is truly significant globally as we celebrate girls everywhere, amplify their voices, actions, and leadership. This day also challenges us as young leaders and women to reflect on our individual contributions in dismantling gender inequality and empowering other girl children in our society. By introduction, my name is Botlhale Boikanyo. I'm a multi-dimensional storyteller, a creative entrepreneur, and an activist. As we conclude today's program, my role is really an easy one. It's to acknowledge every single person that made this event possible. I'd firstly love to begin by acknowledging every single creative leader, shapeshifter, visionary, and every individual person, both physically there at the audience at Boston Media House, as well as everyone who's joined us virtually from all parts of the world. Thank you for being part of today's dialogues and taking time to just engage with us. We hope that these sessions have been both insightful and sparked your creative spirit. Secondly, I'd love to acknowledge and thank our panelists, speakers, and creative leaders who have shared their knowledge and wealth of experience here today. Thank you for paving way for young leaders like myself in the media industry, but most importantly, thank you for continually breaking barriers and gender norms. Lastly, I'd also love to thank our headline sponsors, Boston Media House, Good Governance Africa, and Mail and Guardian for the work that they do, but also for making today possible, as well as all the strategic partners who came on board to make this event possible. So when reflecting on what I briefly wanted to share in closing, after such an insightful program, having learned from various leaders in various media spheres, from marketing, graphic design, animation, television, and so much more, I began to think of the one main concept that connects us and connects through and cuts through every single discipline, which is storytelling. I like to define stories as such. Stories are who we are, compasses that guide us in our journey to becoming, maps that connect us to those that came before us, vehicles that amplify societies and reflect behaviors, and the instruments that shape who we are. Stories have always been a part of my life. I usually joke around and say that from the minute I was born, my cry in itself was a story, one that connected to the brewing story my mom was covering in those 9 months and the one we were yet to tell in our journey together. Stories are at the core of our everyday existence, and as storytellers, we need to be able to recognize every single moment, movement, or interaction as such. We find stories in our daily environment, in the homes that we're raised in the people that we interact in the people that we observe, in every single emotion in our beings and in our personal experiences, in nature and the story that it tells, from the way the sun rises every single day to the dance of the leaves in various seasons. Stories are all around us. Stories are who we are. Now, why am I emphasizing the importance of stories today? Because as creatives, we have both the responsibility and the honor to take what we see, what we hear, what we observe, our experiences, or what we feel, and we get to document it as art. We take these experiences and also borrow from our imagination and get to create and tell stories. Looking back at parts of our history, we see how storytelling has always been a part of our identities, especially as Africans. We see the various forms of storytelling, such as oral storytelling around the fire, or art and symbols that was carved on rocks and stones and caves, or patterns that would tell stories of our traditions, which have been passed on from generation to generation. We are the people who have the incredible power to document and to archive history, to educate and to give voice to those who've been marginalized, to inform, to mirror society's behavior, and to entertain through the stories that we tell. So the big question I want to propose to you today is, what stories are you telling? Furthermore, reflecting on a day such as today, and one of the objectives being bringing together African leaders, we also then have a collective responsibility to tell our stories as Africans. For far too long, we've let people tell our stories as Africans and leverage off of our narratives. Oftentimes, we've even seen how these stories and narratives have been misconstrued and have given a false interpretation of who we are. We need African storytellers in various media spheres that can reflect our country's culture and narrative and tell our stories with as much authenticity and sensitivity as it deserves, right? Continually in line with the International Day of the Girl Child's theme of 2024 being Girls' Visions for the Future and a call to action for all of us to drive change, we need to start thinking of the impact of the stories that we tell, right? Storytelling and art offers us an opportunity to be able to educate, to inform, to highlight, to challenge various social issues in our societies. And through storytelling, we're able to reflect various social ills and truths in our communities, right? So let us start to use storytelling as a tool for social impact, for advocacy, and to give voice to both individuals and issues that have been silenced and marginalized for far too long. And lastly, as female storytellers whose voices and reflections have been misrepresented for far too long in the media industry, it's time for us to write stories and create characters that truly reflect our spirit and speak to every single layer of who we are. Stories that do not show women in just one dimensional way, right? And that don't exploit our pain or see us only as sexual objects, but truly showcase our power, our multifacetedness, and the light that we truly carry. So yeah, my last call to action is that the time for African storytelling is now. The time for your story is now. So will you answer the call? Thank you.
Webinar. We thank our audience in Zimbabwe, Ghana, Ethiopia, and Nigeria. And then lastly, the beautiful audience that's here, but you are not done yet. No, no, no. You'll be writing a test now. Just kidding. Guys, from here, we will be making our way to the canteen. We'll get served lunch, and then we're going to start the tour of the campus. But I want to say thank you so much. It's been a great day, and I hope I've inspired some of you to come and join us here at Boston Media House.
Africa, poised between great opportunity and unrealized potential. With a current population of 1.4 billion and projections indicating a surge to 1.84 billion people by 2034, 2.5 billion by 2050, and a staggering 4.2 billion by 2070, Africa's youthful demographic trajectory presents a great opportunity for the success of your business in Africa. Endowed with abundant natural wealth, yet Africa grapples with the highest global unemployment rates, stifled economies, and widespread poverty. Our continent is plagued by poor governance and mismanagement. Effective governance, built on strong institutions, sound policies, and accountable leadership, is crucial for economic growth and sustainable development. This is where Good Governance Africa is making a difference. Anchored in Africa and led by African professionals, GGA conducts specialized research, serving as a vital diagnostic tool to identify effective solutions that inform policy and programs appropriate for Africa. However, the role of private enterprise cannot be overstated. Increased investment has the capacity not only to spur economic growth, but also to create job opportunities and enhance the general welfare of citizens. But investment requires an enabling environment. The right policies, robust institutions, and transparent regulatory frameworks are essential. We believe improved governance, facilitated by organizations like GGA, and the catalytic role of private enterprise hold the key to unlocking Africa's turnaround and its vast potential. As GGA expands its footprint from 4 to 9 main regional centers in the near future, and with ambitions to reach every African nation within a decade, its influence and impact are poised to grow exponentially. Investing in GGA is pivotal to realizing Africa's success in promoting women and youth entrepreneurship, expanding bilateral trade opportunities, and ensuring that contractual agreements are upheld. We have the knowledge and expertise to enhance governance across Africa, thereby aiding both the private sector and governments to harness Africa's potential. With your funding, GGA can scale up its interventions' efficiency and effectiveness. Together, we will make it happen.